each other up. And Hoffenheim is trying to get their game plan in order. But Stuttgart isn't allowing them to settle. And the same can be said of Stuttgart and Hoffenheim as well. The Hoffenheim players are trying to unsettle the Stuttgart lads. And this has led to quite a few fouls at the beginning of this game. I do hope that nobody picks up a card this early in the game, because there have been some really, I'd say, silly fouls early on in the game.
Right, and that another one here was again by Wouterberger on Atakan Karazor. And the thing is that the referee we just saw now walked across to Wouterberger and said, "That's 2 fouls you've committed in 2 minutes. Please don't make me card you." And it's really early in the game. I'm serious. It's not even 5 minutes into the match, and Wouterberger has already received a warning. Although, to be fair, Michael, as we've seen throughout the season, he's a bit of a midfield destroyer. That is kind of his job, to create havoc in midfield, unsettle the, let's say, more attacking-minded players, right?
Absolutely. That's the role that he has to play, but he also has to be careful, because it's going to be a long day. These two teams, as you hinted earlier, Kai, they are matched in strength. And so any disadvantage on one side will be felt, because the other team is going to exploit that. And you don't want to let your team down in such a crucial match.
Right, Michael, which are the other games that are going on so our fans know just who perhaps their favorite team is playing also throughout today?
Yes, so today there are a lot of games happening so far. We've got
because yesterday there was no game because it was a public holiday.
It was a public holiday. They made 1st May. And, in Germany, holidays are a serious thing. So
you can say that again.
So we've got Bayern Munich and Heidenheim playing at the Allianz Arena. And earlier before this game, I was looking at Vincent Kompany and the challenge that he has getting his lads to focus on this game. Yeah, because they've got a big match coming up against PSG in the return leg of the Champions League. And understandably, a lot of the lads are focused on that game, because that is a really, really crucial game.
Well, if it's anything like the first match that those two teams played, I can't wait for that matchup either, to be honest, Michael.
Absolutely. It was a really crucial match, and many analysts have described it as one of the best representations for the Champions League ever. And, 9 goals in total, open football played between the two sides. The two sides show that they can attack, they can defend, they can score, and the return leg is going to be very, very, very crucial for Bayern Munich and also for PSG.
Right.
But the difficulty now is that they are facing Heidenheim, that is already been relegated, and so
top against bottom team. Really,
yes, yeah. And they've already won the title. That is Bayern Munich, and so the challenge is, how do you psych up the players to take this game seriously against the side that really there's nothing in there for them? But yeah, that's the role of
danger here as Hoffenheim get the opening goal right out of nowhere. It is none other than Andrej Kramaric, who, Michael, you said earlier today was a danger, and he's just proven that. A broken play from a throw-in comes here as the ball kind of gets knocked on. The entire Stuttgart defense goes to sleep, and no other than that goal coach supreme Andrej Kramaric is lurking unmarked behind all of them and taps in. What happened here, Michael? Where was the breakdown?
This was absolutely a mess up by Stuttgart. The throw-in came in from Bernardo on that left-hand side, the near side of the commentary position. And this was easy for the Stuttgart lads to clear this. And it seemed like the ball had been cleared, but it was mispicked. It fell beyond the Stuttgart defense, and there was no one marking Andrej Kramaric, and he had an easy tap in.
And you see Alexander Nubel throwing his bottle down in disgust as now Stuttgart look to strike straight back. They come on the left wing side. Baumann is there, but can there be a rebound? Oh my goodness, Baumann is able to get to that. Oh my goodness. Michael, this game has burst into life. Really,
it absolutely has. It absolutely has. And we probably needed this first goal to wake Stuttgart up, because now we see that they are reeling. Chris Führich is really turning on the fury here.
Wow.
Trying to get the equalizer, and definitely this has injected some vigor into this game, something that we needed.
Certainly as we've seen those two close opportunities right after another. I do agree with you, Michael, that Stuttgart were really asleep at the wheel there and paid for it with going behind early. Well, I mean, there's still a lot of football to be played, 82 minutes to be exact. So plenty of time for Stuttgart to get back, and they do have the firepower to do so. But Hoffenheim couldn't have asked for a better start in this regard.
It's been it was a gift given to them, and they took advantage of it. Certainly, making the home side happy, the home fans very happy about the outcome. But we have seen that the temperature in the game has been turned up a notch. Stuttgart attacking very intensely now, because now they realize they are a goal down and they need to up the tempo, and they've got a quality to be able to do that. That's the go forward.
And just to be clear, to describe how tight this is, okay, as we watch Fury coming in on the left wing side, but he loses the ball quite quickly, and Hoffenheim are able to regain possession. Hoffenheim, with that goal, have simply leapfrogged Stuttgart from a non-Champions League place into a Champions League place. And that's how much of a difference each goal could make in this game.
And that's why this game is going to be hardly fought, because every one of these, to the both teams, both of them would like to play Champions League football, and a win or loss here today could undo that dream. And so there's everything to fight for as the game enters the 10th minute. There's so much more left for both sides to fight for. The game is settling down now. Stuttgart sinking in, digging in deep, and trying to attack and trying to go forward, but Hoffenheim keeping them at bay around the center circle area.
And Michael, as we hit the 10th minute, it's obviously important to remind our listeners from across the African continent that you don't only need to be listening to DW Africa, but also to our partner stations, Michael.
Yes, absolutely. UBC in Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, broadcast this game live on their channel, and also you can also listen to us on Raypa FM in Nigeria. So you can join us on our social media platforms. Go on there, tell us, give us your prediction. Who do you think is going to win? Of course, we know that Hoffenheim is up 1 goal, but it's still early days yet. So who do you think is going to win this game? Send us your predictions.
DJ here as Hoffenheim come in on the right wing side. It goes into the middle. Can there be another goal? But no, Alex Nubel gets his arm down, and it was Fisnik Asllani, the danger man, although it looks like that was a bit of an offside call. And to be honest, I thought this would be called offside, because when the ball went right across to the far right side to Tim Lemperle, it did look like it was going to be called. And luckily, for a Stuttgart point of view, that has been the case. As we see a more worried-looking Sebastian Hoeneß on the touchline now. Michael, Sebastian Hoeneß does also have a lot of history with Hoffenheim, doesn't he?
He does, absolutely. He knows the team quite a bit. He's been there. He's been manager of the side for a while, and he understands their playing.
Yes, of course, Sebastian Hoeneß. Now, remember, if you hear his name, the name Hoeneß is, of course, royalty in German football, not just because of Sebastian Hoeneß, but he has also a number of relatives in the game, most notably Uli Hoeneß, the Supremo at Bayern Munich, who was not just a player in the olden days, but also a driving force in how the club is run today. And, of course, Dieter Hoeneß, also former Germany international player, and now Sebastian Hoeneß, who's making his strides as a manager, having his first job actually coaching in the Bundesliga was with Hoffenheim before moving to Stuttgart about 3 years ago. And honestly, Michael, I think he's done a great job at turning Stuttgart back into a team to be reckoned with, right?
He absolutely has. He's done a fantastic job. When you look at where Stuttgart sits currently on the table, it is a testament to his abilities as a coach.
Danger as Bazumana Toure knocks the ball right across to his opposite winger in Andre Kramaric, who's making a nuisance of himself on the right wing side. But this time Stuttgart is aware to the danger and able to knock out the cross. That man, Sufal, the Czech Republic international, is lining up for a long throw, and this is where the goal came from last time. So let's see if there can be more danger for Hoffenheim as they try to defend this long throw, which is immediately blown by the referee for a foul on none other than Ramon Hendricks, who cops, I believe, an elbow in the face from one of the offensive Hoffenheim players, but I don't think it was in any way malicious. Just looking again at that replay of that broken play that led to that goal. Now, Michael, was this really a case of just a breakdown in communication, or is this a tactical mistake that Stuttgart made?
It was a breakdown in communication. I think that the Stuttgart defense thought that the ball had been cleared, on that left-hand side, left-back position, there was a lot of open space, and Andre Kramaric just ran into that. There was no one to tackle him.
The look on Kramaric's face was also telling. He couldn't believe his luck.
Yeah, it was a gift, and I would have been very surprised if he didn't convert that, because he had all the time in the world to place that ball. It was basically he against the goalkeeper, and he just put that beyond the goalkeeper on the extreme left-hand side.
Right. Up come Stuttgart trying to make a run in forward, but the ball is quickly cleared from the Hoffenheim lines. They try to make it up on the left wing side with Bazumana Toure. Bazumana Toure, of course, been a mainstay in this side for a while. He's, of course, a player who plays for the national team of the Ivory Coast. And if we're with any luck, we'll also see him at the World Cup this coming summer, won't we, Michael?
Yes, he's one of the important players for the Ivorian side, and they need all of the talent that they can find, and he certainly is one of the top talents. And so I expect that he's going to feature in a couple of games for the Elephants.
As they, of course, take on they, of course, are joining the World Cup in the United States as well. There are a number of players actually in this match that we might see at the World Cup. Of course, we've spoken about Dennis Undav, Chris Führig as well, playing for Germany, Joscha Wagnermann as well, maybe for Germany, we'll have to see. But also, of course, Vladimir Sufal could be also turning out for the Czech Republic at the World Cup. And another one to maybe look out for, if we've got any luck, is Oliver Baumann, who it's going to be interesting to see. There's still a bit of arguments within Germany about whether Oliver Baumann will be Germany's number one, or, and this is a bit of a wild card situation, if Manuel Neuer returns or comes out of retirement to play for Germany at the World Cup. What do you think the chances of that happening are, Michael?
He's a really good goalkeeper, no doubt about it.
Talking about Neuer now.
Talking about Neuer, exactly. There is no one who doubts Neuer's credentials, but as we see that Stuttgart going forward,
Stuttgart almost getting in behind, but a good block, and again, referee has blown this for an offside position. Anyway, sorry, Michael, you were saying?
So I was saying that no one doubts Neuer's credentials, but Germany doesn't lack for goalkeeping talent, and I think that perhaps for this World Cup, it would be a good idea for Germany to bring on another goalkeeper. In the friendlies that they've played so far, Neuer hasn't featured quite as much, and we haven't really seen an efficiency in goalkeeping. So I'll say that
it's time to move on.
It's time to move on from Neuer. He's a legend, no doubt about it, and he has so much more to give to Germany. As we saw in that game against PSG, he made some really crucial saves in the Champions League. But I think that the Neuer chapter has probably closed now.
Yeah. Well, it's been a lot. You can't say that he's not had a full career. Of course, he's actually won pretty much everything there is to win, except perhaps the Euro Championship. He won the World Cup, of course, with Germany in 2014, has won the Champions League. He's won quite a lot of Bundesliga titles as well as German Cup titles. Speaking of German Cup, Michael, Stuttgart will be playing Bayern Munich in the German Cup.
That is a tough one. That is a really tough one. Now, it's really, really difficult to see a situation where Stuttgart is able to win against this Bayern side. This Bayern side is on steroids, for the want of a better expression. I think it was last week.
We just want to go back to something here. Was this a bit of a controversial thing where one of the Hoffenheim defenders actually kneed the ball back to his goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper, Baumann, he actually picked it up with his hands, and we just heard a lot of the fans screaming for a back pass. What was your opinion on that?
That's a really hard one to call, because I think that what they are that could have been a foul.
Could well have been. I've seen those
Yeah.
given in the
Yes.
past. That's
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
An indirect free kick, and that's always a tricky one. But the referee did not whistle, and we also know that these games are viewed by VAR. So if there was an infringement, there would have been a call made. Once that call hasn't been made, I will assume that everything is salva, everything is clean, as they say. Now,
Watch as the ball comes across here and Stuttgart move up on the attack. But there's been a lack of fluency about the Stuttgart attack in the first 15 minutes of the match. Jamie Leveling has not been able to combine well with either El Kanusli in the center position or with Dennis Undav. It's been a bit of a tricky start for the forwards, hasn't it?
it has been. But I see that Stuttgart is going forward a lot more than Hoffenheim. And yes, the passes are not connecting now, but it probably will take only one good, clean connection for them to equalize. And that is what I think they're working on, making that perfect connection. As they go forward, you see Furich, he's running forward.
They move it up to the left. Furich comes across and he gets a shot and it's a goal! From a super tight angle. Chris Furich manages to hit the equalizer. Michael, I thought the chance was gone, but how wrong I was. They have equalized, have Stuttgart.
They absolutely have. And just as we were saying before this goal, it was quite clear that Stuttgart wanted this equalizer much more than Hoffenheim wanted to add a second goal, because they were pressing quite intensely. And it was Chris Furich who has, for some reason, switched from the left-hand side into the middle. And he had a 1-2 with, I believe, El Sanusi. And that 1-2 was really well done. And I'm quite surprised that Baumann was beaten on his near post.
Baumann will want to have this one back because the ball beats him on his near post. And you, as a goalkeeper, you can't let that happen. I think for a keeper of Baumann's stature, that is a goal he definitely would want to take back. He is obviously also a little bit disappointed in himself, because that ball that has really gifted Stuttgart a way back into the game, Michael.
Yes, I didn't expect that goal to go through, especially on his near post, which he was supposed to be covering. And unfortunately, he left a gap between himself and the goalpost.
But only about the size of a ball,
exactly,
to be honest.
And Chris Furich found that gap and placed the ball right in between his arm and the goalpost. It was such a surprising goal.
Right now, well, after that breathless start, we've only had 22 minutes of game at the Pre-Zero Arena here in Stuttgart, but we've seen quite a lot of things already. Both teams, I guess, it's back to 0-0 for both teams, and Stuttgart, of course, currently trying to consolidate at the back as they look for another way to perhaps get a goal before half-time. And I think, Michael, the danger of the Stuttgart team, for any team playing against them, is that they can hurt you from lots of different areas. As Hoffenheim move forward here, they're looking for the pass here. Fiznik Aslani has the ball at the top of the D. Bazumana takes a shot, but it comes off a Stuttgart player. It doesn't look like for a second it may have hit the arm, but it goes out to the right wing side as they try to look for a way to pass it in. Ends up in the box. It's Kramaric. And his shot gets blocked out, goes for a corner here. Referee is listening in his ear for any sign that there was a handball, but I don't think it is, Michael, right?
No, I don't see that this was a handball situation. But yeah, so there hasn't been any information regarding the possible penalty check. So it seems like we've moved on from there, and we await the corner kick that is going to be taken
from the right wing side.
Exactly.
Exactly, and it's Wouter Berger whips it in, left foot shot. It's a good corner, and it comes out to Bazumana Toure, and it's a goal! Oh my goodness, the ball stays flat on the ground and evades everyone, including the keeper, Alexander Nubel, and it's back to 2-1 for Hoffenheim. My goodness, Michael, I thought this game would be would have a lot in it, but I didn't think it would have this much in it.
This is a goal, a goal coming out of a comedy of errors. The corner kick came out from, as we said, and it was cleared. It was cleared cleanly from a header, and from Karatso. And Tuare, from the distance, I didn't think that he was going to be able to place the ball, but he did. And Noble had no idea where the ball was going. It went through the legs of so many
About
Stuttgart players.
3 players. It ends up in the bottom right-hand corner. Nubel was just standing there. He couldn't believe it.
He had no idea what was happening.
Oh my goodness! And it was really just that Bazumana Toure had a snapshot. He chested the ball down onto the ground and took a pot shot. Wasn't a particularly hard shot, but it managed to evade everyone, and we're back to a Hoffenheim lead with just 25 minutes played. Now, can Stuttgart return back? They get the ball high. It's already Undav is able there with one
that was
header.
A clean one.
Oh my goodness, Dennis Undav appears for the first time in the game, and his looping header just about beats the upright.
It was a clean one. It was a clean cross from Jamie Levelin from the near side of the commentary position. He let in a looping cross, and he found the head of Dennis Undav perfectly. It was a really, really good play. Dennis Undav lobbed the ball using his head, but he couldn't bring it down in time to find the net. But that was a really, really good attempt.
Now, the thing where we were saying earlier about the danger with Stuttgart, or danger here for Stuttgart again, but a foul committed by Bazumana Toure, who's been busy in the first half, has to be said, scored and been involved a lot. The thing about Stuttgart, Michael, is they can hurt you from a number of different areas. We saw Fury, we've seen Jamie Leveling from the right wing side, Dennis Undav, of course, a dangerous striker. How does Hoffenheim really defend against a team with so many multiple threats?
It's a really difficult one. If you keep too close, then you open the spaces for other players. If you allow them too much space, any one of them can hit you, and so it's a really, really difficult one. The midfield has to be really strong to prevent the attacks from reaching the 18-yard area in the first place, and that is the surest bet that Hoffenheim have got.
As Hoffenheim attack further, they throw the ball left to Bazumana Toure on the left wing side. Toure tries to dink it around. He gets the ball into the middle, but it's well cleared by the Stuttgart defender, who in that case was Jeff Chabot, who, well, luckily for Stuttgart, was able to cut that ball out because there were about 2 other Hoffenheim players lurking in the background. But dangerous signs. I can't say that this is a particularly open game, but it's also as if both teams are not taking their defensive duties that seriously. What do you think, Michael?
It's been a very open game. Both sides trying to go for it, trying to score. Hoffenheim, thankfully, I see this time around, they are not trying to protect their lead. They are trying to increase that, and that is really, really important. Compared to the first goal when Hoffenheim went up ahead, Stuttgart is now building quite slowly compared to the first time, but still they are a side that is hungry for an equalizer. They have come back from behind one time, and they expect that they will be able to do that again.
As Hoffenheim build up from the back here, they have that player Sufal, of course, a very experienced defender, but he actually doubles more as a winger now, I have to say. Sufal, he is technically a defender, and if we're looking at their team now, they've actually swapped out, they've changed their formation slightly, have Hoffenheim. They've gone to a back 4 now rather than a back 3. Sufal is a very experienced winger / defender, and whenever he is given space on the right wing side to whip in one of those crosses, there's danger, and he's done that actually also in the previous game. He assisted a goal for them. But it's things like this in the middle of the park where I guess Hoffenheim need to be careful, because I guess Stuttgart is very good at making these quick transitions, Michael.
They definitely are. They've got really fast forwards, Chris Furich, and you're also looking at Dennis Undav. And so far in this game, we haven't seen El Canus, but he is also a very skillful player. He's also a very fast player.
Race between Jamie Leveling and his teammate at the German national team level, Oliver Baumann. They both end up next to the corner flag of all places. Oliver Baumann came out to try and clear a attempt, or let's say a passing attempt, but Jamie Leveling got there first, and I think it has gone out for a Hoffenheim throw-in at the end of all of that. So interesting interesting situations for both these teams, because I'd say there's also a level of familiarity with them amongst a lot of the players here.
They know each other. They've been playing in the Bundesliga, and also they've met quite a lot of times this season. They know how each other play, and so you also have the manager Sebastian Hoeneß, who is also coached Hoffenheim in the past. He understands the players. He also probably knows the backroom staff on a personal level. So there's a lot of
familiarity
here.
Right, of course, as we look across the other matches, Michael, I think we've got the best game so far, to be honest, looking across the other games.
Absolutely. So far, we've got, surprise, Heidenheim up 1 goal against Bayern Munich. And
that's
the
Allianz Arena.
At the Allianz Arena. And that was scored by, on the 22nd minute, by Ziv Zatz. And in the 22nd minute, and so in the Allianz Arena must be really, really, really surprised.
At this side, that's a bit shell-shocked, as again, Hoffenheim make an attempt on the right-wing side, but referee blows it for a throw-in for Stuttgart. But also the other games on Eintracht Frankfurt playing against Hamburg, that game is still scoreless at this point. Werder Bremen, playing at home, are losing 1-0 to Augsburg. And a big match in the case of relegation survival, in the fight for relegation survival, is Union Berlin against Cologne. That game is still tied at 0-0. Big game, that, isn't it, Michael? Union Berlin versus Cologne.
I have to say, Kai, that I'm a bit biased to have Cologne stay in there.
You'd like them to stay in the Bundesliga?
I like them to stay because they are neighbors, and I'm happy to see that they are sitting quite comfortably at the 12th position on the table, and there's no real relegation risk for Cologne this time around, because don't forget, in the last 5 seasons, they've been up and down in the Bundesliga so many times, and I think they deserve to stay in the league this time around. But there's also a crucial game that is coming up in the late kickoff today. We've got Bayer Leverkusen, and we've also got RB Leipzig. That is going to be a really, really tough game. So Leverkusen hosting Leipzig. Leverkusen has been stuck on the 6th position for a very long time now. I've been checking them out for the last couple of weeks, and they've been stuck on the 6th position.
Right, of course, that game, well, that is also a key match for Champions League places. But basically, if Leipzig win that game, they can basically assure themselves of Champions League position, right?
They can, absolutely.
Only Dortmund and Bayern Munich have assured Champions League football for next season. And Michael, there's actually quite an interesting thing that we need to tell the listeners about, is that normally it's only the top 4 teams that get to play in the Champions League. However, if Bayern Munich win the Champions League, there is a chance, well, they're still in the Champions League at the moment, if they end up winning the Champions League, essentially Germany could have 5 representatives in the Bundesliga, in the Champions League, beg your pardon.
Yes, and that will be very, very important for German football. And so that's why the game we are commenting on today, this afternoon, is very, very crucial.
As Hoffenheim make a crucial run forward, but it comes to nothing. It was actually a very good run forward by, I believe, that was, in fact, Bernardo coming right from the back there all the way, but unable to make, it was Ozan Kabak, number 5, central defender, making a run all the way to the forward position.
And more surprises at the Allianz Arena. Denchi has added a 2nd goal for Heidenheim.
I'm sorry, Michael. I think what? What are you saying? What is happening at the Allianz Arena?
Bayern Munich down 2-0. Heidenheim up 2-0 at the Allianz Arena. But yes, we are back here at the Pre-Zero Arena here. We are bringing you the game between Hoffenheim. I keep reminding myself it's Hoffenheim, not Heidenheim. Hoffenheim. And at the moment, there's a quick water break because today the temperatures are quite high. We are in the 20s, so around 22 degrees. It's quite warm today, and the players are taking a break, having a sip.
And yes, a lot of our listeners from across the African continent would be laughing at the idea that in Germany temperatures of 20 plus are high. because I think, Michael, is where you're from in Accra, Ghana, that's sort of the average temperature.
The average is actually 30, so yeah, 20 is actually a chilly day in Accra.
Right, and also both goalkeepers are struggling. Actually, this is a bit of a thing what we said earlier about the sun is in Alexander Nubel's eyes, the goalkeeper for Stuttgart, which is why he asked the referee for a short timeout to sort out either, I'm not too sure what, but he was complaining about being unable to see anything, so maybe he just needed some attention there. Anyway, game is back underway as he launches the ball forward, and Stuttgart tried to gain possession of the ball. We're now, of course, in the 35th minute, about 10 minutes before half-time. Now, can Stuttgart get another goal before half-time?
They seem like the side that most likely would, but as we've seen, they haven't been able to defend their set pieces, and that's been their undoing. The first goal came through a throw-in that was poorly defended, and then the second goal was a corner kick, again poorly defended. And so set pieces is something that they really will need to watch. But when it comes to the attacking play, they have been quite dangerous up front when they go forward.
Just coming in now, this will make you very happy, Michael. Cologne have just scored a goal against Union Berlin, believe it or not, and that makes that game a 1-0 situation for the Billy Goats of Cologne as they aim to stay out of trouble in the Bundesliga, out of relegation trouble, rather. And it was scored by Marius Bülter just now, in fact.
Amazing. So with that goal, they move up to the 10th position on the table, which is comfortable.
Comfortable it is indeed for the Billy Goats of Cologne, although it's not been a comfortable season, to be honest, for them. They started really well. I actually thought they might be in a position where they'd be challenging for the top half of the table, but this year has been quite bad, I have to say, since 2026 started.
Yeah, I mean, they don't forget they are just coming out of relegation, and so they joined the top flight once again, and they came in to meet sides that have been in the Bundesliga for 5-6 seasons. And also, to be fair, Cologne is not a very wealthy club, and as we know now in football, the more resources you have, the better talent you're able to attract. And so they are one of the prides of North Rhine-Westphalia, no doubt, which is the state in which we are. But they still have, they don't match up to the big boys when it comes to their financial ability.
Just to add on to what Michael's saying, in North Rhine-Westphalia, this is a football-mad province of Germany, which also hosts other teams like Borussia Mönchengladbach, Borussia Dortmund, Cologne, Bayer Leverkusen, all within about 100 kilometers radius of each other. And of course, that's just counting the sides in the top division. There's also Schalke, who at this stage, Michael, we might see returning to the Bundesliga next season because they're currently top of Bundesliga 2. And if they win tonight, they will secure promotion to the Bundesliga. And I'm sure a lot of fans will be very happy to see that because, of course, Schalke is one of the massivest clubs. I mean, massivist, that's not even a word, but basically that describes them. They're huge. And some even said that no matter what league they played in, they'd still be able to fill up their 60,000-seater capacity stadium in Gelsenkirchen. Meanwhile, Stuttgart are here trying to get something going. It's just been a very, I don't know, Michael. It's just been as if they've not been able to string passes together. They've not been able to get Dennis Undav into the game. Jamie Leveling has had a few looks, but they've not had any driving runs forward. It's been tricky for them.
The game has slowed down after they conceded the second goal. I guess they are being a bit more cautious. But also, to be fair, Hoffenheim hasn't really been an easy opponent. They have looked very threatening when they go forward, as they look right now.
Certainly, as they get another throw in from the right wing position. Will it be Sufal again taking a long throw? It looks like it, as he kicks away one of the advertising hoardings on the side to try and launch a long throw. He's, of course, done this before. Last time it was almost a goal. But here he comes again. Can they... He's actually doing it right in front of the group of Stuttgart supporters who are trying their best to knock him off his focus, but he launches a good throw in, and another shot comes in. There's a few deflections, and it goes out for a goal kick. No real danger for Alex Nubel over there.
I have to say, Kai, that I wasn't again impressed with how Stuttgart defended that throw in. It seems like whenever they are set pieces, they are lost in
They look
terms of what to
exposed,
do.
right?
You know? Yes, exactly.
And here the referee blows a free kick in favor of Stuttgart, even though it's it's Ozan Kabak who is lying on the floor and at least saying he's injured. I think he may have copped an elbow to the face here. No, his chin connected with Dennis Undav's head, so he's hurt his face a little bit there, but seems okay. There's no blood. Of course, this is one of the things that people have said about Dennis Undav. He's not a very big guy, but he's a very physical player.
Yeah.
You'll see he loves getting into battles on and off the ball. He's a very difficult player to play against.
He's a very strong player on the ball, and you can see it. He's also unassumedly quick. So when he's up front and you underestimate, he can run rings around.
Chris Fury, who is, of course, the goal scorer today, was talking earlier about what makes Dennis Undav such a dangerous player, and also the fact he's scored 18 goals in the Bundesliga already this season. He says that the issue is with Dennis Undav is that he's so unpredictable. He is able to ghost away into defensive positions and then suddenly appear in an offensive position. He loses his markers very quickly. And he's almost like a floating striker, if you know what I mean. He's not a point man. He moves in between the lines extremely well, which makes him hard to defend against.
Absolutely. And we see that whenever you watch their games, he's lurking usually right ahead or behind the defensive line. And I mean, it takes one good connection and then he scores. We saw that in the DFB Pokal game. In that semi-final game, and we've seen that here in a couple of games that he's played this season.
Michael, there's also an amazing stat which at first I could not believe, but every time there's been a game where Undav has been involved in a goal or has scored the goal, Stuttgart have never lost. Can you believe that in this half of the season?
He's got that magic.
He's got that magic. They've not lost a game when he's been involved in a goal. Can you believe that?
Then he needs to be quick and get a goal for Stuttgart, because at the moment they're losing 2-1, and we've played 42 minutes. Nearly the first half is done. 3 minutes to the end of the first half, and Stuttgart needs to come back into this game.
Hoffenheim have another long throw. They knock it in from the far right position. Bernardo was the one throwing the ball in, but this time it's really well cleared for a change if you're from a Stuttgart perspective. But the ball comes forward. Their danger's not clear. It comes now, shot from the left, but that also gets blocked. Another volley attempt. And a Stuttgart player is down on the far left position. It looks like Ramon Hendricks. Is it Ramon Hendricks here? Yeah. No, sorry. It was Angelo Stiller who came in together with Andrej Kramaric there, but all seems good and fine now. He's back on his feet. And Stuttgart tried to find an equalizer in the last few minutes of this first half. Michael, you've got a halftime show for us.
Absolutely. We'll be talking about the legend, the man who's made history recently, Sebastian Sawe, that Kenyan marathon runner who has broken that impossible to beat 2-hour mark for a marathon. We'll be talking about that in the halftime piece, so don't go anywhere. I'll also be bringing you some information regarding the Champions League second round of matches. So stay with us in the halftime.
So looking forward to that as Stuttgart try to make their presence felt forward. But that pass over there has sort of summed it up. A bit of a disjointed play here. Bilal El-Khanousi making a short pass to Jamie Leveling, which ends up out of play. And Hoffenheim is able to rebuild. They've just not made life uncomfortable enough for Hoffenheim, have Stuttgart. That's the problem, I guess. They've not had sustained pressure on them. As they go forward here, maybe I'll eat my words. Undav makes a wonderful spin move. He plays it out to the right. It's a shot. And Jamie Leveling's effort flies up high and out of danger. But there we saw exactly what Dennis Undav can do if you're not careful. He literally looks like a ballerina on the ball here, spins away from two players
That
and
was
makes
a really,
a good
really
pass.
impressive playing. He spun around, displacing two players, and then he sent it on to the right to El Kanusi. El Kanusi's final touch
Sorry,
was
you're
a
right.
bit,
It was,
it was a bit off target, but this shows that when they get the right connection, Stuttgart can be dangerous up front.
certainly. Now, El Kanusi, of course, is a player who also plays for Morocco, who we could also potentially see at the World Cup if he is selected for the final lineup for the Moroccan national team. So hopefully we get to see him there too. So that's actually, it is quite a strong lineup that they do have Stuttgart on that right position with Leveling and El Kanusi on that side. So with all of that in mind, I have to be honest, I'm surprised that Stuttgart are entering this stage of the game down, actually.
It's been a poor set piece defense as we witnessed another throw in coming in from a similar position, which resulted in the first goal. I hope that this time around, Stuttgart do a better job at defending this.
Well, they do almost that, but it's again nervy, but they do manage to get the ball out. They try to pass it up high. Furich tries to find a pass that goes out. The outlet doesn't come fast enough, and Hoffenheim are able to get men back. And I think finally we might see a card from the referee. No, he keeps his card in the pocket. Again, it was Bazumana Toure breaking things up and slowing the game down. Stuttgart have the ball after the restart here. They play it back to the halfway line. Only got about a minute. And Michael, in terms of stoppage time, how much have we got now?
I think that we should at least, considering also the break that we had for water quite a few minutes ago. I'm not sure how many minutes the referee has added on for stoppage.
The referee has just indicated 3 minutes of additional stoppage time, of which we're done about 30 seconds. As Stuttgart move forward, they're still sort of around the midfield position. Every single Hoffenheim player is behind the ball, though. It's going to be difficult to break this down. And the referee blows another foul in favor of Hoffenheim as they try, as again, Hoffenheim able to break up any offensive attempt by Stuttgart here. And I think that's been the story of this half, a disjointed offensive performance by Stuttgart as they try to look for an equalizer here.
Yeah, it's been a very cagey affair for Stuttgart and Hoffenheim in the first half of this game. But the last, I believe, 1.5 minutes, it's Oliver Baumann that is effecting a goal kick. He sends in a long one into the Stuttgart half, but it is collected. And
another foul. It's been a bit of a niggly game in that regard. Already, Michael, we have had quite a lot of fouls. No cards so far, and that's really nice to see. But in terms of fouls that we've seen here, a lot of tackles flying in all directions here. Fouls committed by Hoffenheim. It's already 11-5. They've committed twice as many fouls as Stuttgart have, pretty much. And they've actually won quite a few of their duels, have Hoffenheim. So I think that in the midfield is the position. Ozan Kabak has been winning a lot of midfield battles at the moment, which I think is also partly reflected in the scoreboard because Stuttgart just have not had any chances to go forward.
They haven't. Hoffenheim, a lot of credit to their midfielders, have done a very good job cutting their pathways and also making sure that Leveling, El Sanusi, Chris Furich, making sure they don't find Undav because Undav is a danger man up front. If you find him, then it's going to be a really, really difficult position that Hoffenheim are going to find themselves in. But the midfield have been really good at cutting those passes.
But Michael, looking at, they do have options on the bench to Stuttgart. Can you imagine perhaps that there'd be some substitutions as the referee blows for halftime?
I would say that for now, the squad is good for the job. They just need to be able to complete their passes and string their passes together better. I don't see any obvious defense deficiencies that would need substitutions. What I would say though is that their defense needs to be much better than it is currently, because there are 2 goals that they've conceded so far in this half have been goals that could have been better defended. But I think that Sebastian Hoeneß is going to have a really long chat with them during the halftime. They are going to analyze the first half and try to figure out, perhaps maybe because the sun was in Noble's face, maybe that had something to do with conceding those goals.
Well, we'll have to see for that if there are any changes after the break. But we're getting to there right now. Right now, though, we are going for a halftime break. So we will see you in just a few minutes.
Nairobi, late Wednesday night. The doors slide open at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport and a nation erupts. They came in their hundreds, maybe thousands, waving flags, chanting his name. Not for a president, not for a pop star, but for a runner, a man who did what no one had ever done before. Just days earlier on the streets of London, Sebastian Sawe crossed a line that had existed for generations. 1 hour, 59 minutes, 30 seconds. The first sub-2-hour marathon in real race conditions. Not a lap, not a staged event, a real race. And history changed. The London Marathon on April 26, 2026. The pace was brutal, relentless. Beside Sawe was Ethiopia's runner, pushing stride for stride.
Yomif Kejalcha, many congratulations. What a marathon debut. Can you believe that in your first marathon, you have run under 2 hours? It's extraordinary. Tell us what you're feeling right now.
I don't know what I say because I'm not thinking like after under 2 hours, but just maybe I did like two or one something. But my coaches believe me, I go too fast. But even I believe myself. Really, I'm so happy. I'm so grateful. I'm proud of myself and my coach. Just all my team. Really, I'm so happy. It's also London Marathon is my dream marathon. So I did London Marathon. So great time. I don't know. It's so history for me.
For over 1 hour and 50 minutes, neither gave in. Then the final stretch. The clock ticked past 1 hour, 58 minutes, and then 59 minutes, and the barrier approached. A barrier once thought impossible. And then Sawe crossed the line. Not just the tape, but the idea of the 2-hour limit for a marathon.
Sebastian Sawe, goodness me, you are simply a history maker, the first man to run a marathon in under 2 hours. How are you feeling right now?
I'm so happy today in London, running a world record. I'm so excited. I didn't believe, but I was well prepared, and the training I've done, the results have come now.
People have been talking about the first ever sub-2-hour marathon probably for 30 or 40 years, and now you have done it in London in 2026. What will this mean to you, to your family, and to Kenya?
It means a lot to me, with my family, and also to my country. I think it assures that my country produced big talents, and they are now cheering for what results has come today, and they are happy.
You told us in the press conference that you had a couple of injuries at the end of last year, a little back problem. Back then, could you have imagined that you would win the race, set the world record, and go under 2 hours?
Yeah, I start with injuries, and finally, I take all my precautions and I recover well. Then I back to my training, and for what has come today, it has made me so excited, and I'm happy. I'm happy because starting with problems and then finally running a world record, is something amazing.
And we all, of course, are remembering a little bit Kelvin Kiptum today, your Kenyan colleague who sadly we lost a couple of years ago. What would you like to say to Kelvin's family today on this historic day?
I think, first of all, I want to say Tom was such a talented guy, and finally he lost his life, and I felt sorry for the family.
Even his closest rival from Ethiopia also crossed under 2 hours. But history remembers Sawe. Back home, Sawe is no longer just an athlete. He is a symbol, a reflection of a nation that has long dominated long-distance running. At State House in Nairobi, President William Ruto welcomed him, not just with praise, but with history. Ruto compared the run to milestones that reshaped belief. The first sub-4-minute mile by Roger Bannister in 1954, even the moon landing.
We are truly privileged to have lived in this moment, to have witnessed history, not only as a distant memory, but also as a present reality. And this achievement, we must place it alongside the great milestones of human history. When Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon on 20th July 1969, and when Roger Bannister shattered the 4-minute mile on 6th May 1954, an accomplishment once believed to be beyond human limits. These moments did more than set records. They redefined possibility itself.
But behind the celebration lies a more complicated truth. Kenya's dominance in distance running is unquestioned, but so is its struggle. Doping scandals have cast long shadows, champions have fallen, records questioned, and trust shaken. Two former London Marathon winners, Wilson Kipsang and Daniel Wanjiru, both champions, but both later banned. The pressure to succeed is immense, and the rewards can be life-changing, and that leads to a real temptation to cheat. Sawe knew doubters would come, so he chose something unusual: extreme transparency. He paid, out of his own pocket, $50,000 to be tested 25 times in a single year by the Athletics Integrity Unit, not just because he was accused, but because he wanted belief to run alongside him.
Kwa kazi ambayo nilienda nikafanya kule London.
What I achieved in London was on behalf of all of us, to uplift our country's name, keep it shining, and it is a happy moment for all of us.
Na ni furaha kwa sisi wote.
So what does this moment mean? Is it just a record or something more? It is a reminder that limits are often stories we tell ourselves until someone rewrites them. From the roads of London to the cheers of Nairobi, one man ran under 2 hours, and in doing so has lifted the weight of possibility for everyone.
And we are back here in Zinsheim at the Pre-Zero Arena. The game has obviously not started yet. We are still watching as a lot of sprinklers are still trying to keep this stadium cool, as well as the pitch nice and ready, as the teams are still back in their locker rooms. Probably, if you're a Stuttgart player, getting quite an earful from Coach Sebastian Hoeneß, because Stuttgart have played a lot worse than they have in the past. So we'll have to see that, how they turn out for the second half. Now, looking across the halftime scores, it's Bayern Munich have managed to pull one back to a 2-1 situation there against Heidenheim. They're 2-1 down below, 2-1 down at home, if you can believe. Although we have to say Bayern have already won the title and Heidenheim have already been relegated. Not too much riding on that one. Eintracht Frankfurt still drawing 0-0 against Hamburg. Werder Bremen are 2-0 down against Augsburg. Union Berlin are 1-0 down against Cologne. And in this game, it is 2-1 for Hoffenheim against Stuttgart. And I've, of course, got Michael O.T. in the studio with me right now. Michael, it's good to see you again.
Yes, Kai, it's good to be bringing our listeners and also this exciting game between Hoffenheim and Stuttgart, two very equally matched sides. But before we continue with the second half of this game, Kai, the second round of matches, second leg matches for the Champions League would be coming up in a couple of days at the Allianz Arena 4 days from now, May 6th, the second leg between Bayern Munich and PSG is going to be played. The first leg was quite a fantastic game, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, certainly that game was one I couldn't believe I was seeing when I was watching Bayern Munich against PSG. A wild, wild match that ended up 5-4 for PSG in Paris. Of course, now the return leg is going to be at the Allianz Arena in um, in Munich. And to be honest, Michael, I think that was definitely, as you mentioned earlier, one of the matches of the season and probably one of the best advertisements for the Champions League. But there's work to be done for Bayern Munich.
Yeah, and I mean that's where I'm coming to, Kai. How do you think the second leg is going to go? Just your wild predictions for the second leg. How do you think that is going to turn out?
So much as I'd love to see another rip-roaring attacking display from both sides, because that really was a lot of fun, I think both coaches, Luis Enrique for Paris Saint-Germain and Vincent Kompany, will probably tell their players, okay, guys, it was all fun and games, but we also need to win this tie. So I expect a more tighter defensive play from both sides. Whether or not that'll work is another story, because both teams do have an array of attacking talent. You know, I mean, when you just look at the teams, is what they can put in terms of attacking talent, it's actually mind-boggling. Got Ousmane Dembele for Paris Saint-Germain. You've got Kricha Kvaratskhelia as well. Desiree Doué, Bradley Barcola, who doesn't even start, but he's still a very big attacking threat. That's on one side. Then, of course, we talked about Harry Kane, Michael Olise, Luis Diaz on for Bayern. But I do think, if I'm honest with you, Paris do have the edge there. They have more options on the bench if things don't go according to plan.
Yeah, but I think that Bayern Munich have also got a very strong, steady lineup. The fact that they were able to come back when they were 5-2 down, and were able to come back to 5-4 in Paris. I think that it shows a team mentality that is, that kind of mentality you need that to become a champion. And I think that at the Allianz Arena, they are going to pull some surprises, and I expect them to be able to win that tie at the Allianz Arena. However, if Paris Saint-Germain scores first, that's going to be a problem.
Well, that basically means that the score is 2-0 for Paris Saint-Germain. Essentially, after that 5-4 game, because there is no more away goals rule in the Champions League. They essentially are taking a 1-0 lead to Munich. But Michael, one thing I do want to discuss with you quickly, and just see what maybe some of our listeners would say, and please write in the comments down from whichever channel you're listening to. Mikel Arteta, the coach of Arsenal, and remember his team is playing against Atletico Madrid in the other semi-final. He made a controversial statement, I think, because he said essentially Bayern Munich and Paris Saint-Germain can play their way they are playing with their attacking talent, their freedom and that kind of thing, because they are fresher. His argument was basically that both Bayern Munich and Paris Saint-Germain have played less games, had less minutes, and therefore can be more of an attacking threat, which I think was quite unfair to the attacking talents of these teams. It is true that essentially the combined minutes that the squads have played for Arsenal, for example, have been more than Bayern Munich. But I think that's a bit of a harsh statement to make. What do you think?
I think it's not a fair statement to make. It's a case of a playing style, and it doesn't really have anything to do with whether the players are exhausted or not. I mean, even before the game between Arsenal and Atletico Madrid, there were lots of analysts who were already pointing out that we weren't going to see the kind of open play that we saw with because it's just the way Arsenal plays and the way Atletico Madrid plays. And I wasn't surprised that the scoreline turned out to be 1-1 because they don't play open football. And it's not necessarily a criticism of Mikel Arteta's style. It is just the kind of football that is enjoyable to watch compared to the kind of cagey packing the bus football that Arsenal plays. I guess in the end, results are what matter. So if you're able to deliver the results, then it's not really an argument. But in terms of as a viewer, somebody who's watching football, if you watch PSG and you watch, Arsenal, you can see a vast difference in the fluidity of the game and the quality of the game.
Certainly, and I also think that it's a bit of a tough argument to make when a club like Arsenal, which has the financial resources that it has, to then say, but we have to play more games. I mean, that is unfortunately how it works in football, is that the more money that is involved, the more games are expected. And I don't know, I guess also got some of the feeling perhaps that Mikel Arteta was kind of reaching for excuses there as to why his team plays the way they do compared to how they do. Anyway, here we go. We've got kickoff in this match between Hoffenheim. Hoffenheim get us off and underway against Stuttgart. A big, heavy challenge coming in first, but Stuttgart able to get the ball. And it is Dennis Undav making an attack on the left forward position. He gets a good ball across, but it just goes beyond his strike partner there. Jamie Leveling unable to get the ball, and Oliver Baumann able to get the ball up there soon. Michael.
Yes, and so we are back at the Pre-Zero Arena, and it is Hoffenheim and Stuttgart. The first half ended 2-1 in favor of Hoffenheim. Stuttgart will be hoping to equalize and come back into this game really quickly, and the sides have changed.
Danger here for Hoffenheim. Can they get in it? They're almost in it. Fisnik Aslani, but he's immediately crowded out by the Stuttgart defenders there. That was quick, Michael. They almost got right in.
And they are going back. Hoffenheim going back again, looking threatening, going forward.
But unable to make more forward progress. But that was very quick. It came again from a throw-in from the right wing side. And Fisnik Aslani, that number 11, he's been a real difference maker for Hoffenheim. He was just unable to get the shot away, and three Stuttgart defenders immediately crowded him out. But danger signs already there for Stuttgart.
And the sides have switched position. A quick 1-2. So we've got Stuttgart now playing from right to left. And Nobel now is in the shaded side of the stadium. And perhaps that's going to be an advantage for him. Because in the first half, there were signs that looked like he was complaining about the sun in his eye. Alexander Nobel is now on the right-hand side, in the side that has got shade. And we've got Oliver Baumann, who is now on the left-hand side in the sunny side of the pitch. And Hoffenheim are playing from left to right, and Stuttgart playing from right to left. Stuttgart in their traditional colors, all white with red stripes across their chest. And you've got Hoffenheim in their dark blue jersey, all dark blue.
Oh my goodness! Now, if you ever want to see what a poacher looks like, that is this man, Dennis Undav. Oliver Baumann can be so thankful that he did not get caught out here, because he tries to launch a kick upfield, but his kick ends up on the foot of Dennis Undav. And essentially, it's very lucky that the deflection goes right next to the goal rather than inside it. And Oliver Baumann knows he was very fortunate there.
And to be honest, Kai, as a high-level professional goalkeeper, these are not the kind of mistakes you want to be making. So it does not look good.
Right now, Bazumana Toure comes in. He makes a really good cross for Hoffenheim. And off comes the shirt of Andrej Kramaric. He's got his second of the game. And it's 3-1 Hoffenheim. And you can see the relief and the joy of the Hoffenheim players.
Kai, this is a really, really good goal. The counter-attack play was spectacular. 1 second, we're talking about Oliver Baumann's mistake, and the kick effectively was finally effected. The ball went onto the left-hand side. It found Bazuma Toure on the left-hand side, who ran really quickly on that left-hand side. He sent a very neat pass from the left into the 18-yard box. And the thing here is that, Kai, there were three Hoffenheim players waiting for the ball. There was Tim Lempele, and then there was Andre Kramaric. So either one of them could have had their leg to the ball, and it was Andre Kramaric who the ball fell to, and it was an easy squaring of the ball, and he beat Alexander Nobel cleanly, easily.
And because Kramaric took off his shirt in wild celebration, he has also been awarded with a yellow card, so he does need to be careful about that. Andre Kramaric.
That was quite silly. It was a silly yellow card
at this stage,
especially so early on in the second half. You reserve that for, towards the end of the second half when the game's about to finish.
Well, and also we have to see that the 3-1 result actually at the moment is really good for Hoffenheim, because they are in pole position now to get that fourth position, number 4. But danger here as Stuttgart move forward. They've got a chance to go, and they score, except referee has blown the referee's flag has just gone up. Leveling looks like he was onside here, or if not, just a shade offside. It was a really good pass, actually, but luckily for Hoffenheim, leveling has been called for being in an offside position, but the finish was good nonetheless, right, Michael?
It was a really clean finish. Jamie Leveling taking on the defender, and they're outrunning him, and he was caught in a one-on-one situation with Oliver Baumann, and he let the ball fly in the near post, and he beat Baumann. It was a really good goal, except it was offside.
Well, that counts, doesn't it, man? I mean, if it's offside, it's offside. Anyway, Hoffenheim come forward. Kramaric on the end of a tough challenge, but he's back on his feet. And now Stuttgart really do need to find a solution to get one in, and again, another... oh my gosh, I don't know what's happening here, Michael.
So this was very similar to what we saw with Oliver Baumann a few minutes ago. Alexander Nobel tries to clear the ball, and he kicks the ball into Tim Lempele, and it nearly resulted in another goal, except Alexander had to quickly recover that ball and save what could have been the fourth goal for Hoffenheim.
Then it would have been tickets, I think, for this game. Anyway, Stuttgart coming back on the left wing side. Really good shot here from Fury. His right-footed drive sort of just curls around the upright here. He just cuts inside, and a little snapshot in his curling effort beats Baumann. Baumann was nowhere near that ball. As we just see the replay of Nubel's blunder here. It hits the forward Viznik Asllani in the head, but he's able to stop the rebound going in. But Michael, I have to say, if I were Nubel or Baumann, I'd really hope that coach Julian Nagelsmann of the German national team is not watching this game.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was referring to earlier, that as a professional goalkeeper who is perhaps being considered for Germany's number 1, not to be unkind to, either of the goalkeepers, Baumann or, Alexander Nobel, but these are quite basic mistakes that a goalkeeper at that level is not expected to make. And when you are clearing balls and you clear the ball into the striker of the opposing side, it does not look good, and if you're a goalkeeper that is being considered as the number 1 for Germany, this is not the kind of errors you want to be making.
Right now we're seeing there's movement on the Stuttgart bench, and it looks like Ermedin Demirovic looks to be coming on in a few minutes, or at least being stripped and ready for action. And I'm really interested to see who he'll be replacing, because I would say all 3 strikers, Dennis Undav, Leveling, and Furich, have been actually quite good. So maybe one of the midfielders is going to make way here. We'll have to see in a few minutes. Basumana Toure for Hoffenheim comes up on the left wing side. He launches a really good cross, and it's Lempele. Can he finish again? He almost does, but his effort comes right off the upright. Oh my goodness. That's how close Hoffenheim were to taking a 4-1 lead here, Michael.
Yes, this is really, really tough. It is all come through Basuma Toure working on that left-hand side. So perhaps the coach needs to plug that left-hand side, because there's a lot of free room for Toure from that side, and most of the offense is coming on from that end, and that needs to be checked clearly.
Stuttgart now trying to reply, putting the ball across. It's Leveling with a good cross that gets blocked and now goes out for a throw-in over here. But my goodness, we've had a wild start to this second half. This shot by Lempele, we see actually he slipped on the last second there and was unable to get the shot in. And despite that, his effort comes off the upright. Again, the goalkeeper was beaten, and unfortunately for him, it doesn't end up going into the back of the net. And fortunately for Nubel, he keeps his side down to 3-1 only. The throw-in comes in. The cross is quite bad. It gets cleared out quite easily, but only as far as midfield area, as Stuttgart look to attack now from the left wing side with Ramon Hendricks here. Passes it on to Fury, who's been the best player, I think, for Stuttgart. He manages to get past one defender, gets it back now all the way to the midfield. Fury has the ball again now. Can he move forward? Comes across now to Bilal Ilkhanousi. He looks to knock in a cross, which doesn't find its target. Back now to the midfield again as Stuttgart staying on the gas pedal, looking to sort of fashion a chance out of anything. They really need a reply here as they try to get back at Hoffenheim. Michael, have you been impressed by Stuttgart's start in the second half here?
Not at all. Not at all, Kai. It's been a very, very terrible start for Stuttgart. And not only have they conceded, one extra goal, one more goal, but their general play has been quite porous, And had it not been for that slip that Lempele suffered, it would have been 4-1 so far in the second half. The second half has been quite terrible. In the first half, they were able to hold on to the ball at least.
Right.
But this time round, they haven't created any good chances. And Hoffenheim is just running routes.
Right, and we've just seen two very quick substitutions for Stuttgart. They have brought on Emedin Demirovic. He has come on for Josha Wagnermann, the right back position. So two defenders off and two attackers. Well, not really. Maximilian Mittelstädt is the defender, but he is known for his attacking ability. But he comes in as the other defender. He replaces Jeff Chabot. So Chabot and Wagnermann off, Mittelstadt and Demirovic on. Now, can they make a difference as Stuttgart move on into the attacking position? It's leveling. Here, the left-footed drive, his shot gets blocked straight away. Very good interception, but can Bazumana Toure, who's been really good so far for Hoffenheim, make a difference? Not right now. He gets absolutely cleaned out by leveling, but fairly, says the referee, and it's essentially a throw-in for Hoffenheim right behind their halfway line. Michael, are you a bit surprised by those two substitutions now?
Well, I'm quite surprised because, Jeff Chabot is one of the very, he's a really, really good defender for Stuttgart and he's a constant figure in their defense. So I'm surprised to see that he's been substituted and instead comes on Demirovic, who is,
I'm not surprised by that, to be honest.
Yeah, but, Mittelstadt for Chabot, that's a bit surprising for me because, I haven't really seen many games where Chabot has been substituted. He's a really, really good defender, but it seems like he's having a bad day today.
So that corner was won by Mittelstädt. It's a variation, comes as a cross here. The shot comes in, but it doesn't even clear the first line of defense. Now, Bazumana Toure is marauding down the left wing side. Can he make a difference? Demirovic is running straight through the middle. Can Bazumana beat his defender? And the referee has blown. What is he going to show? He has blown a card here, but I can't tell if he's blown for a dive or he's blown for a penalty here. It's hard to see what's happening.
It's hard to see. It's hard to tell.
Well, I think I think he's blown. It's definitely a foul, which was committed by Bilal Ilkhanousi, but I do think it's not a penalty. I think he pulled him down before he got to the box, right?
Yeah. I mean, the foul happened outside of the box, but Tuareg delayed the falling until he got into the box. And to be honest, the falling in the box was a bit dramatic.
Right. I think Bazumana Toure, had he not fallen, could have beaten his man, but then he went down he went down in the box, but the free kick is being held just outside. And the man holding the ball is that man, Demirovic, who's had quite a stormer of a game so far. I wonder if he's going to use his right foot to call this in.
So the lots of discussions happening between Hoffenheim and Stuttgart. It appears that is there a VAR check?
Well, it
going
looks
on?
like the referee is listening in for VAR decision, but I think he's decided that this is going to be a free kick from outside the box, as Sebastian Hoeneß cannot like what he's seeing from his side so far.
And rightly so, Kai. I think that based on the replay we've seen, the offense happened outside of the box.
And when we say outside the box, we mean like 20 centimeters outside of the box. So lucky escape there in a way for Stuttgart. What do you think?
Definitely. If that pull had gone on for a few more seconds and Traore had fallen in the box, and that would have spelled doom for Stuttgart. But so far, still the free kick is in a very dangerous position, sitting literally on the edge of the 18-yard box, exactly on the line. And you've got
Sufal. It's either Sufal or Demirovic. Which one is going to actually? No, it is just Sufal. He moves in with a right-footed drive. That's really good. Oh my goodness, Michael, what happened there?
That was really good by Sufal. He sent in a really good cross, aiming for the near post, the 90-degree angle from the near side for Alexander Nobel. Alexander Nobel gets his finger to the ball and punches it out of touch for a corner kick. But that was a really good free kick.
It was an excellent free kick, but an even better save, I think. Nubel just about manages to keep it out of the top corner. Corner comes in now, and the danger is away for Stuttgart. It goes out for another corner, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's another corner for Hoffenheim. But wow, Michael, you were right. That ball was literally in the top right-hand corner. Top left-hand corner from a Hoffenheim perspective, rather.
Another corner coming in now from the right-hand side. From the beginning of this game, Stuttgart have been really bad at defending set pieces.
They've
conceded so many corners. Here is another one.
Shot comes in, and this time it's headed away with some authority by the defender. I believe it was Luka Jaquez, but now it is going to be another goal kick. Demirovic and Bazumana Toure, Michael, they've been the best players for Hoffenheim, don't you think?
They've been really good. As Hoffenheim go forward once more.
And the shot is just cut out again, and luckily for Stuttgart, they're able to vaguely clear it. But the team looking like they're going to score again is not Stuttgart. It's definitely Hoffenheim.
Yeah, definitely. Hoffenheim is now in the 18-yard box, and checks, passes, leveling.
Bazuma Traore. Well, the ball gets slowed down to a crawl, and Nubel is able to catch it just to maybe slow things down a bit. I don't know what is up with Stuttgart. They're not able to keep possession of the ball, and they're also not able to attack. It's been quite difficult because they've made the two substitutions, and it doesn't seem to have made a difference yet, has it, Michael?
It hasn't at all. And at this point, Sebastian Hoeneß should be getting worried because his side is down 3-1. We've played 63 minutes, and they seem to be out of ideas.
Yeah, certainly. The Stuttgart, we know that they can strike back, but they've not looked like striking back at all. They've not been any danger signs, I have to say. Meanwhile, Michael, looking across the Bundesliga, been a lot of goals flying in since we've been absorbed in this game. Bayern Munich now 2-2 against Hoffenheim. They managed to pull their way back into that game. Eintracht Frankfurt are losing 2-1 to Hamburg, and Augsburg have scored again to make it 2-0 against Werder Bremen. As we see, Stuttgart are on the left side position, attacking again, being really cheered on by their blue-clad fans, making lots and lots of noise here in Sinsheim as they have another corner, which, to be honest, Michael, has been their strongest suit so far, being able to get corners and constantly put Stuttgart under pressure. And it's Wouter Berger trying to knock this one in, and he does. But this ball comes out to Kramaric. It's knocked back out. But Kramaric gets the ball again. But can they break quickly, Stuttgart? They've got two men up here. The ball is good. And Leveling has got the march on. He makes it pass. It's a really good cross to Demirovic. And it's a goal! Demirovic manages to pull one back for Stuttgart, Michael. What a counter-attack that was.
What a goal. And it's a direct mirror of that goal, the third goal that was scored by
It's true.
Heidenheim. It was Jamie Leveling on that right-hand side, and he put in all of the work, I should say. It was Chris Furich who fought for the ball after that cross came in. He sent a long one onto that right-hand side, and Jamie Leveling put in all of the gears and found the ball. He sent in a cross onto his left side, and it was Demirovic who found his foot to the ball. And again, the surprising thing here is that Oliver Baumann was beaten again on his near side.
I was about to ask you about that, Michael. What
Yeah.
do you think? Could Baumann have done better there?
Certainly. Although, to be fair, this is a more difficult ball than the first one. But again, his near side, which you would believe he should protect better, the ball was placed in between the goalpost and Oliver Baumann on that near side. And again, so not to take anything away from Stuttgart, the counter-attack was really, really good, and they deserved the second goal. But Hoffenheim are the ones who are still ahead, and it's 3-2.
It's been an absorbing game already, I have to say, Michael. And that's the danger you have with Stuttgart, is they do have the players that can really hurt you if you're not careful, just like that, even though I would say Stuttgart have not been at the races in this half at all. As they move now on the left-wing position, Furyk plays it back. I mean, Michael, is this a sign of things to come now?
It looks like Stuttgart are finding their way back into this game, but they will still need to put in a lot more work. Hoffenheim have shown that they can hit on the counter, and so if Stuttgart goes forward, they need to ensure that they are closing the spaces behind.
Yes, Baumann launches a very long kick forward, looking for one of his blue teammates, but it still instead finds a sea of white shirts as they try and play the ball back to consolidate here.
And one thing that I want to point out, Kai, is that actually Demirovic is one of the two substitutions that came on only a few minutes ago. So perhaps Sebastian Hoeneß was able to read the game properly and make the changes that have resulted in this game. And so credit should go to him as well.
Yeah, certainly Ahmadine Demirovic, who I have to be honest, I was a bit surprised was not in the starting lineup, but he certainly has proved why he maybe should be in the starting lineup by scoring on pretty much his first action right now in this game. Fisnik Aslani, who's also a very dangerous player for Hoffenheim. He's not been too much in the game in this half, but he too is a very dangerous player. He's got a solid right foot and even better left boot in terms of scoring. I've seen him score from the edge of the box on a number of occasions, long-range efforts, but he's also a really good passer, Michael.
Certainly. He's one of the players to watch in this game.
And Stuttgart try and gain some measure of possession and really try to go on the move forward. Now, this is where it's dangerous for Hoffenheim. Jamie Leveling is pulled back by Bernardo, who really was all over Leveling, not really aiming for the ball. He almost was hugging Leveling there to try and stop him from beating him on the outside. Look at this, Michael. He's really got him in a bear's embrace over there.
Yeah, that was certainly clearly a foul situation there. So there have been so far 3 yellow cards in this game. El Kanusi getting one, and you also have Andre Kramaric for taking off his shirt. And then now you have Bernardo for that tackle on Jamie Leveling.
Yeah, and Bernardo might need to be careful because I think Leveling is going to do more of those attacking moves on that side. Oh dear, another card coming now. I think this was a pretty straightforward. I think this is going to be a yellow card as well.
Yeah, it certainly looks like a yellow card situation
for Karazor, who is nowhere near his man when this happens. And I believe
okay, so it looks like the red card is out.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this was tackling from behind, but
it's Fisnik Aslani who went down. But it didn't look that bad, to be honest. He just looked like he caught him.
I also thought it didn't look that bad, but the red card is out. And the red card has been shown.
and all the players are signaling to the referee, signaling to the bench to get a stretch out, because I don't know. This didn't look that bad from. I mean, it was definitely a foul, but I think Michael, what's happened is that he's accidentally stood on. Oh, that does look bad now. Basically, it's a red card because the player who's just been sent off, Atakan Karazor, stood on Fisnik Aslani's Achilles heel as he was running away from him. I don't think he meant to do that, but he has injured him, and still Fisnik Aslani has not gotten up off the pitch, which is something you definitely never want to see for any footballer. But I don't think that's what Atakan Karazor wanted to happen there.
Yeah, it looks definitely like it was not intended, but it happened also right in front of the goalkeeper and the referee. So he saw all that happened. I initially thought it was simply tackling from behind, but on replay you can see that he didn't just nip his leg; he also the spikes of his boots also caught the back of his leg.
His Achilles heel, and that's very painful.
Very, very much so.
So now Stuttgart are not just one goal down; they're a man down. Can they come back here? The Fisnik Aslani is now standing, but I don't know if he's going to be able to continue. And meanwhile, Sebastian Hoeneß is preparing more substitutions. Michael, looks like, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to see. Shame. I have to say, poor Karazor does look crestfallen that he has been sent off, but I think he also was genuinely concerned that he'd injured Fisnik Aslani.
Yeah, definitely. And I think he's waiting for confirmation that Aslani is okay.
Yeah.
I mean, beyond the competition, I mean, these are you also don't want to injure someone in a manner in which they are not able to continue the game. And I think that for Karazor, it's important for him to know that Aslani is able to continue the game.
And all this means now, after all that drama, that Hoffenheim have a shot or a free kick about 30 meters out from the goal, and it's Woutberger lining up with a left-footed drive. He knocks it in towards the right-hand position, which gets cleared by Hoffenheim, but not well enough. It's another effort. Oh, my goodness. Stuttgart living dangerously there, escaped by the skin of their teeth again, and this one eventually goes out. Michael, what went down over there?
That is a really, really difficult day for Stuttgart today. They are not finding their rhythm, and again, set pieces. So after that, cross came in. The clearance was bundled. The clearance was bundled, and as usual, Noble goes up for the ball. He doesn't get it, and the ball falls to one of the Hoffenheim players, who sends in a really strong kick. It goes off against the side post and bounces out, but a few centimeters, and it could have been another goal.
That was the thing. It was a very surprising guy at the end of his, Albion Hajdari, who was on the end of it. Now Hoffenheim have another chance to go forward, but the cross comes in and goes out of play. I think that's possibly why, because Albion Hajdari is someone you don't expect to find in an offensive position, because he's actually a central defender, but his shot rang off the post here and almost gave Hoffenheim a 4-2 lead.
So just to remind our listeners that Stuttgart is now playing with one man less. They are playing with 10 men, and they are also 3 goals to 2 down. And so it's become a tougher battle for them to fight this afternoon at the Pre-Zero Arena.
So, Michael, what do you think would be an acceptable result now, considering the circumstances?
I think that the quality of the Stuttgart side, even with 10 men, they have what it takes to still score 2 quick goals and win this game.
You think they wouldn't be playing for a draw? What do you think?
I think that they should go for a win, and they can go for a win. But first is that they need to get the ball, and that is something they're struggling to do so far in the second half.
Anyway, Bazumana Toure knocks the ball in across, another dangerous cross, but it's cleared out by Stuttgart, who end up passing the ball all the way back to Oliver Baumann, But I have to say, Bazumana Toure has been an absolute menace on that left wing side.
He has been. He has been. Stuttgart haven't had a response to him. He plays on the side of Jamie Levelin and previously Joshua Wagnerman. But Wagnerman appeared not to be able to contain him, and perhaps that's why he's been substituted. So far, it seems like the free role he had on that left side has reduced with the substitutions, but we are yet to see.
So Stuttgart now attacking from right to left. They've moved the ball from the right-hand side to the left-hand side. Chris Führig, number 10 for Stuttgart, plays a ball into the middle to El Kanous, but El Kanous loses the ball out. And now can Hoffenheim attack on the counter? They are moving forward dangerously, and Viznik Asllani is moving up, but it's Kramaric who was able to get there. Another shot in the middle, and it was Wouter Berger unable to put away the rebound, and really good saves by Alexander Nubel to keep the Stuttgart team still in the match, because that also looked like it was curtains for Stuttgart then.
It seems like he took the rebound on his face. I hope Alexander Nubel is okay. Yeah,
he did. Wow.
Yeah, it certainly came off full force of the kick on his face.
Yeah, he does well to get up there and close down the space, but he ends up saving with his face there. Oh my goodness. And now we've just seen a substitution, Michael, for Stuttgart. Looks like El Kanousi is off.
It's El Kanousi coming off, and we have Laurent Assignon. Assignon comes on for El Kanous.
Well. It's been we can't say it's not been we certainly cannot say, Michael, that this game has not been without incident.
It's been full of action on both sides of the pitch. There's been a red card. There's been a yellow card for taking off your shirts after celebrating a goal. There've been wonderful goals, quick counter attack. So there's been everything in this game, and we've only done only 70 minutes so far, 77, nearly 80 minutes. I still think that Stuttgart have a few more
tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, they've got some more gas in the tank, and they can push a bit more.
So Assignon, who's just come onto the pitch, is a French Togolese striker who is able to. He's actually been around for a while, but as Stuttgart come forward, can they get a move forward? It's leveling with a shot really hard shot that ends up being deflected and goes out for a corner kick, as the referee does show in the end. So Assignon, a French Togolese defender, he's been around. No, he's not like a super experienced player in the Bundesliga, but he's not a complete newbie in this league. So hopefully he can bring some stability to that defense.
So corner kick for Stuttgart, and it's Mrs. Chad who sticks up to take it,
and it's knocked out. One of the Hoffenheim players able to knock it out with their header, and it doesn't go far. It comes right out here for a throw-in. Bazumana Toure has been running around the pitch, looking very dangerous wherever he's been, but he's also been doing a lot of defending, has to be said. The long throw comes in, but doesn't clear the first man, and Stuttgart able to regain possession. Looks like there's another substitution coming up, if I'm not mistaken, for Hoffenheim. It, in fact, does look like Max Murstedt is getting ready for action. Meanwhile, cross coming in for Stuttgart, but Oliver Baumann is able to clear it up. Michael, with just about 13 minutes left in the game, what needs to happen?
Oh, it's really tough for Stuttgart now. They need to make sure that they are not opening themselves too much in the attempt to equalize, because Hoffenheim could really hit them on the counter.
And they've done that already.
And they've done that a couple of times. And so they will really need to hold on to the ball, possess the ball, and try to find the forward man. And that's something that they have struggled to do all of this game. If they really want a chance, that is something that they need to begin to do. And as I speak now, we've got Hoffenheim going forward.
Yeah, and it's that man Kramaric, but his effort is quite tame and it's quite easy for Nubel to save, but would have made more out of that. But luckily for Stuttgart, they're still only one goal down. Just a reminder that this game that we're watching is really a final for who can potentially be in the Champions League between these two teams, Hoffenheim or Stuttgart. And currently, Hoffenheim have taken over that position, Michael.
They have, certainly, and they fought really hard for it. Kudos to them as they go for it once again. They are up 3 goals, and they don't look like stopping.
Lempele manages to knock the ball back to Sufal, who takes an easier route. What I've liked about Hoffenheim is they've continued attacking. They've not tried to sit back on their laurels, have they?
They haven't done that, and that's what made them really, really dangerous, because whenever Stuttgart tries to go for it, Hoffenheim hits them with a counter-attack, and their counters have been very, very dangerous so far this afternoon. They seem like the side that is going to get a 4th goal very, very soon. It has to be said that they have come close a couple of times, hit the goalpost twice already.
That's true. Yeah.
So they are the side that they are more likely to get a 4th goal than Stuttgart is to getting a 3rd.
Well. We'll have to see, Michael, if at the end of 90 minutes your prediction there holds true. I have to say it's been a very absorbing encounter. I just think that Stuttgart potentially could have done quite a bit better. As referee blows his whistle for it was actually an offside call, but also gives Hoffenheim an opportunity to bring on Max Murstedt. He's coming on for Lempele, who's had a bit of a thankless task, but he's played really well, I think, the striker. So he comes off to be replaced by Max Murstedt, who's also a striker. So they're not looking to defend, are they?
No.
They're not interested in defending.
Yes, and that, I think, is the right strategy to have, because the goal difference is only 1 if you defend and Stuttgart equalizes, and they of course have what it takes to equalize. But to make the win firm and clear, Hoffenheim would need to at least have another goal to serve as a buffer.
So Christian Ilse, the coach of Hoffenheim, clearly making the bet that he's not going to change what has been a winning formula so far in this match. So he continues with a similar formation. Meanwhile, across the Bundesliga, Michael, we've got a very surprising result at the Allianz Arena. I still can't believe what I'm reading there. What's happening?
So we've got a situation where Heidenheim that is still up for relegation, is up 3 goals to 2 at the Allianz Arena. Does this save them? It doesn't. They are still firmly rooted at the bottom of the table, and relegation is all but certain. But they are winning now at the Allianz Arena 3 goals to 2, and that is quite a surprise.
Certainly, even though Bayern is not playing their starting lineup, they certainly are not short of attacking talent, Bayern Munich over there. And when they pulled back to 2-2, I thought perhaps that was just the beginning of a routine Bayern victory, actually, in the end. But certainly not. Heidenheim are making them work for it. Meanwhile, Cologne are 2-1 ahead against Union Berlin. So that game is still worth following, and I think we could be in for a rocky ride, as that game has also got 10 minutes left. Meanwhile, here, Hoffenheim look to attack. Bazumana Toure moves the ball right up to the left wing side, and it's that man, Fisnik Asllani, who takes the ball towards the corner flag. He's looking for a way to pass it back. He does, and the shot is not able to come in. Really good defending there by the midfielder, Angelo Stiller, to make sure that there's no foul there.
And that's a yellow card, and possibly...
Yeah, I thought it was Bernardo for a second there, but in fact,
I thought so too.
Ozan Kabak, who goes into the referee's book for taking down Jamie Leveling again. Now, I thought that was Bernardo's marching orders, but Bernardo was just behind there covering. Here comes Stuttgart. Can they make anything count here and live up to Michael Oti's projection that they can hit them with 2 quick strikes? Furyk comes up. He has the ball, passes it straight back to the midfielder. Gets it back right now. They are trying hard to find a way, but they're just facing a blue wall here. Are the men from Stuttgart. Maxim Mittelstädt tries to get past, but can't move anywhere. Furyk tries a fancy move. And Michael, what's happening? They just can't get anywhere.
They can't penetrate the Hoffenheim. Sorry,
Hoffenheim.
They can't penetrate the Hoffenheim defense, and it's been the story of the entire second half. Our possession has been very poor. When you look at the completed passes, it's been very, very poor again, and it's part of the reason why we're seeing them in the situation that we have. I don't know the number of times we've mentioned Dennis Undav in this second half. He hasn't had any service at all, and he's been kept very, very quiet. And Hoffenheim have done a really good job at that, but I should also say that Stuttgart haven't done a good job finding their forward men.
Well, that might change now because they're getting another substitution ready, and that's Thiago Thomas, the man you were surprised was not in the starting lineup from the start. So I'm not too sure he's going to come on for. We'll have to see. But that's kind of the last roll of the dice for Coach Sebastian Hoeneß to get at least a draw out of this game, as Hoffenheim give away a free kick, sort of on the halfway line. Maxi Mittelstädt is pulled down as Stuttgart look to attack now. Here's Furyk cutting in again. Oh my goodness, another foul goes down, and he has a free kick it's a bit further away, but it's still in a promising position, and it gives them an opportunity to do the substitution. So,
yes, let's see who is he coming on for.
Thomas has come on for Jamie Leveling. I'm surprised by that. Leveling maybe a bit tired from running all day long, but he comes off. He straight away gets a drink.
Yeah, he needs to cool down.
Mittelstädt lines up the cross. Knocks it forward. It's a really good cross, and it has to be headed out corner. Bernardo on the end of that. And it's a corner from the right-hand side for Stuttgart, as we have just about 4 minutes left. Who knows? We might have quite a lot of stoppage time, though, Michael.
I think that the second half haven't had a lot of stoppages and breaks, and so I expect perhaps maybe 3 or 4 minutes of stoppage time. But yeah, we'll see.
Mittelstädt lines up the corner. It's a good one, but Baumann is there to punch the ball out of play. Well, not quite out of play, but it's knocked out of play by defender Bazumana Toure, who has been everywhere on this pitch, I have to say. Wow.
His work rate has been really impressive so far in this game. He's on the left, he's on the right, currently playing on the near side of us, the commentators. He's been very instrumental in the second half, contributing to 2 of the goals. And his general play has been very, very good.
So is he your man of the match for today, Michael?
Certainly he has been.
More than Kramaric?
Kramaric got the goals, but the work, Bazumana Toure did the work.
Meanwhile, Hoffenheim look to go forward. Fisnik Aslani showing no signs of that tackle earlier. He looks to be going forward now. It's Kramaric on the left. Can he get the shot away? He tries to cut in, passes it to Bazumana Toure, whose shot is perhaps a bit disappointing. He knocked it straight at Nubel, and he's able to gather. Now they look to attack. Assignon on the right wing side, driving forward, but he's got no support yet. He has to pull back and look for a midfielder, but he's unable to move forward quickly enough, and Hoffenheim have all their men back. That's been the impressive part, hasn't it, Michael? The difference. Hoffenheim have been able to defend far better, I think.
They certainly have, and as you can see, all of them defend, all of them attack. So they're going forward here. It's a corner kick for Stuttgart. They are signaling for a foul. They're accusing Bernardo of pushing, I think.
Oh, I don't know. They might have a case there. Bernardo does push his man, but I think it's a bit too little for a penalty. It was Demirovic who ended up flat on his back there. But Bernardo was the one who ended up headering the ball out for a corner.
So we are on the cusp of the end of regular time.
And that is a very disappointing corner. Maxi Mittelstädt not happy with his teammates at all, because Baumann, unchallenged, is able to get to that ball.
Absolutely. Now, we have played 90 minutes. Save for additional time. I think that now Stuttgart probably needs to fight for an equalizer.
Wow.
Earlier, I said they were going to.
Yeah, you were
I wanna
quite
review.
optimistic on that.
I want to review my prediction. Now, the best they need to fight for is equalize.
So another substitution for Hoffenheim, and it's Pruss coming on, and it looks like it's Fiznik Aslani, who's not had the most eye-opening game today, but he has still been a present danger. And of course, perhaps his biggest contribution was taking the challenge that had Atakan Karazor being sent off there. Luckily, Fiznik Aslani is fine and looks able to continue despite being on the receiving end of a nasty challenge. And, well, yeah, it's unclear yet just how many minutes of stoppage time have been added, but Stuttgart hope it's more than a few more, because they desperately need to find an equalizer here. Furyk able to pass the ball back to the midfield, but again, they've been hemmed in, have Stuttgart, as they try to move the ball from right to left. They pass it up. It's that man, Astignon, again. Can he get a meaningful cross? And he moves it. It's a really teasing cross, but no Stuttgart players on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, it was a really good cross, but nobody there to connect. And more changes coming in. So Hoffenheim trying to shut this game down, bringing in more players, more fresh legs to frustrate Stuttgart.
And it's that man Kramaric coming off the pitch, but he's taking his sweet time to do so, knowing full well that now it's about trying to really reduce or just disrupt the rhythm of the game. And it looks, who's going to replace him, Michael? It looks like the replacement for him looks to be Mohamed Damar, by the looks of things. Yeah.
Yeah, so confirmed Mohamed Damar comes on for Andre Kramaric. Kramaric scoring 2 goals here this afternoon.
But also, Kevin Akpoguma, is on, the Nigerian. He's on the pitch now, but I'm not too sure who he's replaced. He
comes on for Vota Berg-Hoja.
Exactly, yeah. That comes on for the Dutchman, who's had an effective game as the midfield destroyer for Hoffenheim. Yeah. Christian Ilse gives his midfielder there a big pat on the back for his efforts. Now it's all about being able to close out this game and hold on to that all-important 4th place in the Bundesliga. My goodness, Michael, I have to be honest, I did think Stuttgart were going to win this game coming into it. But they might get a return here. The ball comes off, and it's, oh my goodness. It looks like the deflection comes off their own player, and now Hoffenheim have men forwards. That man, Bazumana Toure, moving on menacingly from the left wing side. Can he find his player? He does find one. It's a shot that's really saved in the end by Nubel, able to get on the end of that. I think it was Pruss in the end who was able to fire the shot in, but it doesn't beat him at all. Sorry, not Pruss. It was Mostedt in the end who took that shot. And again, Stuttgart unable to keep possession of the ball. Bernardo comes forward. He's got Bazumana Toure on his left, but he's lost position there. What is happening? They weren't quick enough. They've not been able to kill off the game, Michael.
I think that now Bazumana Toure is probably exhausted.
He's running on fumes, I think. Oh, my goodness.
So we are in the final minutes of this game, extra time, and Hoffenheim is going forward, trying to get another goal. It just shows you how difficult it's been this afternoon for Stuttgart. As Hoffenheim go forward once more, is it going to be...
Oh, my goodness. That was almost a great pass, but Nubel able to get in there, Michael.
So one final attempt, I'd say, for Stuttgart. Do they have what it takes to pull a surprise?
Ooh, what happened there was a bit of coming together. It's gone out for a corner kick, Michael.
What perhaps could be the final corner kick for Stuttgart. They're going to take it on the near side of us commentators. And they're only 1 goal, 3-2 down. So if they got an equalizer here, it would be a really, really good result for them.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Thiago Thomas with the game on his head. and he misses a point-blank header where he was left completely unmarked. Really good cross this, but he's unable to finish. I don't know how he missed that, Michael.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Just not his day.
Oh,
Aye.
my goodness. I mean, it's hard to describe to our listeners just how much of a free header this was. Unbelievable.
He has so much space. He could have collected the ball on his chest and kicked it. The header, he had time to place it, but I mean, it's just not his day, I guess.
So, Michael, there were actually 6 minutes of added time, but we've already played 4.5 minutes. That, and whoever knows, maybe a few more of these substitutions during stoppage time will have added in a few more seconds. That was a really good opportunity for Stuttgart to get one back, but they have another one here.
Oh, and it's a
danger! Goal! Oh my goodness! Thiago Thomas makes up for his earlier miss with the equalizing goal. What on earth has just happened here at the Pre-Zero Arena? Thiago Thomas from villain to hero in seconds.
He does it again, Kai. This was the lad I was talking to you about at the start of the game. In that DFB Pokal game, he came in and in the 120th minute, he scored that winning goal for Stuttgart. Today, again, he gets the winning goal for Stuttgart at the cusp of the end of extra time.
Well, it's not the winning goal.
The equalizer. I mean, for Stuttgart,
it might as well be a winning goal.
It might as well be a winning goal for them.
You're right, Michael. And the reason why it might be a winning goal is because if this game ends as a draw, Stuttgart retain the 4th position in the Bundesliga, and that is as good as a win. And you can see the relief on Thiago Thomas's face, because he knows that his chance that he could have scored just now really could have cost them. But unfortunately, it looks like there might be a VAR review here.
Okay, so the goal stands. It's 3-3. And we're only playing seconds now. Seconds before the whistle goes for the end of proceedings.
So the referee just telling the Stuttgart players that the 6 minutes are over. And I mean, if that was the last kick of the game, that caps such a dramatic game, I have to say. And that's it. That was the last kick of the game.
What a fantastic fairy tale up and down roller coaster game.
Oh, Michael.
Wow, what a game. Stuttgart with 10 men equalized against Hoffenheim, who took the lead for a very long time in this game in the second half. Stuttgart totally outplayed this afternoon. Hoffenheim by far were the better side, and I think that the score line perhaps does not do justice to Hoffenheim and the amount of effort they put in here this afternoon.
Well, Michael, I shouldn't have corrected you earlier when I said that they'd actually only scored the equalizer, because even though this game is in fact a 3-3 result between Hoffenheim and Stuttgart, if we look at the table, this result between these two teams means that Stuttgart does retain both teams are equal on points, but Stuttgart is ahead on goal difference. And that, at this stage of the season, means everything.
It absolutely does. As we look at the disappointed face of Andrej Kramaric, he got 2 goals for Hoffenheim, and he was on course to help his side win this game. But in the dying embers of the game, that goal by Thiago.
And the thing is, Michael, you called it right at the start. You said that it's surprising he's not in the game, and then when he did come on, he delivered.
He delivered, and he's just got a knack for finding the back of the net in the few seconds, the dying embers of the game, and he's done it again this afternoon. As we see clearly, Hoffenheim, they equalized. It's 3-3, but this game was theirs for the taking, and they lost. Don't forget that they also hit the goalpost twice.
That's true.
Towards the end of the game, there were a few times when we saw that they were very, very exhausted. They had some chances towards the end that they could have done better with, but they just blew those opportunities. Perhaps they thought the game was already in the bag, but
I mean, Michael, I think you're 100% right that perhaps the difference then is that the substitutions for Stuttgart worked better because Thiago Thomas was a substitute and so was Demirovic, and both scored. Whereas for Hoffenheim, they really looked like they were running on fumes towards the end. Poor Bazumana Toure, he'd run all game long. He'd done so well, but he had 2 opportunities to make a good cross or take a shot himself and was unable to. I think he just ran out of steam, man.
Yeah, he did. And perhaps the coach should have substituted him out towards the end of towards the extra time. I think that there was a general complacency towards the end of after the 90 minutes. Hoffenheim believed that the game was already sealed, and they were basically playing for time, and that cost them. They they played very, very well. Not to take anything away from them, they gave it their all. You can see that they put in 100% for this game in the second half. They put in so much effort, but the game is not done until it's finished.
Exactly.
And when you play at this high level, until the whistle is blown, you do not lose concentration. You do not let go opportunities. And that is what Hoffenheim did in the last few minutes. And it cost them. It cost them badly.
And Michael, just looking at the face of Sebastian Hoeneß walking around here towards the fans of Stuttgart, do you think they got away with one, if we're honest now, Stuttgart?
He did. They definitely have gotten away with the win. And also, a lot of credit should go to Sebastian Hoeneß for being able to read the game, make substitutions, because don't forget, 2 of the subs he brought on scored 2 goals.
That's true.
So it means that he was able to read the game properly and make changes that resulted in the scoreline they got here this afternoon. So a lot of credit should go to him, definitely, for being a fantastic coach. But I would say that this game was handed on the silver platter by Hoffenheim.
Yeah,
they could have sealed this, but they thought it was sealed, and they just let it slip through their fingers.
Well, Michael, just before we started commentating on this game, of course, we said that this might have a lot of offensive potential with all the players, the attacking threats that are on there. Looking at the actual stats of this game, shots for Hoffenheim, 12 off target and 11 on target, whereas for Stuttgart it was 10 off target and 4 on target. And that tells you the story, what you were saying earlier, that Stuttgart have just been that much more efficient than Hoffenheim. Hoffenheim did have their chances, and Nubel, the keeper for Stuttgart, did come up with some really big saves towards the end.
Absolutely. And also when you look at the distance that both teams have run, the fastest runner on the pitch was Basuma Traore. No surprise there.
No,
he was
certainly not.
He was definitely a very, very effective player on that left-hand side for Hoffenheim, and he put in so much work and a lot of a lot of hard work. And I think that when you look at overall, for me, he's been my man of the match here this afternoon. He had a really, really good game, contributing very effectively to the goals that his team got. But yeah, in the end, they did not get a win that they deserved. But still, they hopefully in their last game, and then if Stuttgart perhaps loses,
well, let's have a look at that.
In that last game, then they still have a chance.
So let's actually have a look. Both these 2 teams are still very close, very much tight. So who has the harder run-in? Stuttgart play Leverkusen next week, and Hoffenheim play Werder Bremen. I'd say Hoffenheim have a slightly easier match there. And then for match day 34, the final game of the season, the Stuttgart have to play against Eintracht Frankfurt, whereas Hoffenheim play against Borussia Mönchengladbach. So on paper, at least, I'd say Hoffenheim have a slightly easier run in there.
Yeah. And also a big surprise here. The game between Bayern Munich and Heidenheim has ended, and it ended again 3-3.
Wow.
What a big surprise at the Allianz Arena. Bayern Munich sharing the spoils with Heidenheim.
But Michael, what happened there? I mean, because Heidenheim were actually winning, and we thought this game went on a while. But Michael Olise scores in the 10th plus the 90th plus 10th minute.
Yeah, I mean, Olise is such a fantastic player. We saw
how long did that game go on for? Wow.
We saw what he did in Paris only last week, and the week before, when Bayern Munich were losing against Mainz, Olise came on and absolutely turned the game on its head. And so, if he came in again to turn the game upside down, I'm not surprised that Michael Olise is such a he's such a fantastic
he's a game changer
player, and it's no surprise against Paris Saint-Germain. I expect that he's going to have a very, very good game at the Allianz Arena in Bavaria. And interesting thing is that many of the PSG players are his friends. They played from the academy together. They know each other, how they both play, and they know his style. He knows their style. So it was for me very, very fascinating watching PSG playing and also to watch Michael Olise play. But yeah, very, very good player.
There's a long, strong connection between France, or at least French players, and Bayern Munich there, because of course, even in this team, Michael Olise is French, as well as Dayot Upamecano, the French defender for Bayern Munich, a very key player. But that goes on way longer into the history of Bayern Munich. They've had some very good French players playing, of course, from Kingsley Coman to, of course, Franck Ribéry. And even before that, you had players like Vicente Lizarazu playing for them. Even, there's a long history of very good French players playing for Bayern Munich. So certainly lots of history there. But Michael, let's have a look at the rest of the Bundesliga matches that went out. So you've talked about Bayern drawing with Heidenheim. That was a surprise. I kind of was hoping Heidenheim might get a win there, but they end up with a draw, 3-3 draw in the Allianz Arena. That's very respectable. And so what else do we got? Frankfurt losing at home to Hamburg. That's a big deal for Hamburg, Michael.
It is. It is certainly a very, very big one for Hamburg, because it helps them, pushes them up to the 11th position on the table. And in the final stages of the Bundesliga, it's all about escaping relegation. And so Hamburg now sits at number 11 on the table, which is good for them. And so far, the teams that are still firmly stuck in relegation are Wolfsburg and Heidenheim. So Hamburg there doing quite well. And the game between Union Berlin and Cologne ends 2-2. Quite disappointing, I should say. For Cologne, I thought that they were going to win this, but they end up sharing the spoils. But
big result for Union Berlin, though, I have to say.
Yes.
Big result for them, yeah.
Yes, but I mean, it also means that Cologne is only 1 point behind Union Berlin. They are at number 13. Union Berlin is at number 12, which hopefully is going to help them in the long run, Cologne, to avoid the relegation discussion. We also have the game that occurred earlier today, and it was between Werder Bremen and Augsburg. Augsburg winning that game 3-1. They beat Werder Bremen at home 3-1. Things not going very well for Werder Bremen, and it's reflected on the table. They are now sitting on number 15, only slightly above the relegation danger drop off. So that is something that they will need to watch in the last couple of games. So a lot of a lot of games ending in draws this afternoon. So you have the game we commentated, Hoffenheim and Stuttgart in 3-3. You have Union Berlin Cologne 2-2. You have Bayern Munich Heidenheim 3-3. And then you have Eintracht Frankfurt and Hamburg 1-2-1 in favor of Hamburg. And then, of course, the game I just talked about, that was between Werder Bremen and Augsburg, and then 3-1 in favor of Augsburg. So yes, a lot of action across the stadia this afternoon.
And of course, we've just got the starting lineups sent to us now for the late game, which is between Bayer Leverkusen and Leipzig. Leverkusen also in the hunt for a Champions League spot. So I'll read you through the starting lineup for Leverkusen, who are playing tonight against Leipzig. In goal, Mark Flecken, Jarrell Kwanzaa. On the right back, in the defensive position there with Edmund Tapsoba and Alejandro Grimaldo. Strong back line, I have to say there. Robert Andrich, Alex Garcia, Ezequiel Palacios, and Ibrahim Maza in the midfield position, and Patrick Schick, Nathan Teller, and Montrell Coolbreath are up front. So 3 at the front there for Leverkusen. As well as the starting lineup for Leipzig has also come across now. Martin van der Voort in goal for them. Willy Orban, Chadai Bichuabu, apologies for that, also in defense there, as well as Max Finkgräfer. And then in the midfield position, we've got Seiwald, Baumgartner, Riedle Bakul, and Sava Schlager, the Austrian on the left wing position. And up front, 3 up front again, Antonio Nusa, Romelu, and Jan Diomande making up the lineups for those teams there.
Yes. So it's been a very, very exciting game this afternoon. Hoffenheim and Stuttgart. Now, remember that the Bundesliga is going towards the end, but there is no shortage of excitement. So join us again next week as we bring you another exciting game here at DW. My name is Michael Oti, and I did this with
Kai Nebe. It's been a real pleasure. Looking forward to having you again next week.
DW. Made for Minds.
Hello and welcome to Inside Europe, the weekly current affairs podcast and radio programme from DW, Germany's international broadcaster. I'm Kate Laycock in Bonn. This week on the show, Trump whispering and the push to save NATO, Giorgia Meloni's bid to reassert political dominance, and a conversation with Mark Leonard, author of the new book Surviving Chaos: Geopolitics When the Rules Fail.
You know, a lot of Europeans thought we were at the end of history, that we'd reached the end of our evolutionary journey, and that
Europe was it, right? We were living it. We were the ultimate goal at the end of the rainbow.
we were living it, and that everyone else was going to become like us.
Those stories and more coming up on the programme. This week, our roundup of European news is written and presented by Laura Kabelka.
Britain's King Charles and Queen Camilla embarked on a historic 4-day state visit to the United States this week, which many hope will repair the weakening relationship between the US and the UK. It's the first visit by a British monarch in almost 2 decades, and was timed to coincide with the marking of 250 years since American independence. In a speech to Congress on Tuesday, King Charles promoted unity between the two countries, receiving standing ovations. This follows heightened tensions between US President Donald Trump and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer over the war in Iran. During a White House dinner toast, King Charles also emphasized the significance of NATO, the transatlantic military alliance, which Trump has said he is seriously considering leaving. The minority government of Romania's pro-European Prime Minister, Ilie Bolojan, could fall in early May after his former coalition partner, the leftist Social Democrats, and the far-right opposition submitted a no-confidence motion on Tuesday. Last week, Social Democrat ministers quit the government, but Bolojan refused to step down, saying the government had vital reforms to implement to tap more than 10 billion euros worth of pandemic recovery and resilience funds before the EU's August deadline. The Social Democrats deny plans to collaborate with the far-right AUR party beyond the May 5 no-confidence vote. If Bolojan survives, he will still need to seek a new confidence vote within 45 days. In Switzerland, a new poll shows growing support for a proposal to limit the country's population to 10 million. The proposal is due to be put to a public vote in a referendum scheduled for June 14th. The government, which is against the initiative, expressed concern, saying this could damage cooperation with the EU and its economy through the restriction of the labor market. The proposal, backed by the right-wing Swiss People's Party, states that permanent resident population should not exceed 10 million before 2050, and that the country must give up on its freedom of movement agreement with the EU. The survey showed that 52% of the respondents were in favor of the proposal, with a margin of error of plus or minus 3 percentage points. Negotiations over the EU's next budget for the years 2028 to 2034 are picking up speed. On Tuesday, an overwhelming majority of EU lawmakers voted to increase the overall budget by 10%, which would take EU spending to more than 2 trillion euros. The vote sets the scene for upcoming negotiations with national governments. The EU's 7-year budget is always one of the bloc's most contested issues, and negotiations often stretch over years. Beyond a digital tax, lawmakers are pushing for new revenue sources such as levies on online gambling, an expanded carbon border mechanism, and taxes on cryptocurrency gains. Germany, the largest contributor to the EU budget, already rejected the scale of the plan and called for a smaller framework, with several other member states voicing similar concerns. And finally, a prisoner exchange took place at the Polish border on Tuesday. 5 prisoners held in Belarus, a close ally to Russia, were released in exchange for 5 prisoners held in Poland. Belarusian journalist and activist of Polish origin Andrzej Poczobut was amongst those released. He was imprisoned in 2021 as part of a broader crackdown on dissent in Belarus. In 2023, he was sentenced to 8 years in prison on charges of inciting ethnic hostility and undermining Belarusian security. Poland says the charges were unjust and politically motivated and had long sought his release. Poland, in return, freed Alexander Buchagin, a Russian archaeologist whom it had been preparing to extradite to Ukraine. Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko has released hundreds of prisoners in the past 2 years, a process that has accelerated since Donald Trump returned to the White House. The US, in return, has begun removing sanctions against Belarus.
Lara Kaberka with that roundup of European news, recorded on Thursday, 29th of April. For more up-to-date headlines and analysis from a European perspective, you can go to dw.com or download DW's Breaking World News app. This is Inside Europe, and I'm Kate Laycock in Germany.
The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people.
The unmistakable voice of the UK's King Charles III there, addressing the US Congress as part of this week's 4-day state visit, widely seen back home in Britain as a damage limitation operation following the very public souring of relations between President Trump and the UK's beleaguered Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Whilst the King mainly used his address to stress UK-US relations, Charles also made a direct appeal for NATO unity and the defence of Ukraine.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council...
Charles's appeal to Congress comes at a time when the future of NATO has been thrown into doubt by President Trump's repeated suggestions that he may withdraw the US from the transatlantic military alliance. So far, NATO leaders have tried to placate him with flattery and praise. Secretary-General Mark Rutte has led that effort with what some believe has been excessive zeal, while others praise him for it. From Brussels, Terry Schultz takes a look at whether the Trump whispering tactic is achieving its goal of making the transatlantic relationship stronger.
It's called Trump whispering, and there are several European leaders employing it on a regular basis as they try to forge friendships with Donald Trump. The chief practitioner, however, is NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. He's even created a subset of Trump whispering known as daddy diplomacy. Last year at NATO's summit in The Hague, Rutte described Trump's involvement in the conflict between Iran and Israel like a daddy needing to sort things out. Rutte was heavily criticized, but asked about it earlier this month. He's evidently come to embrace the fallout.
They own it, and the president owns it, because he brought out T-shirts, he made a movie, Daddy is Home, and he returned to the United States. This was so funny. And this is why I like him so much.
Trump also likes Rutte personally and mentions that frequently, but it hasn't stopped him from continuing to trash NATO. Despite all efforts, Trump says it's beyond reconsideration that he'll pull the U.S. out of the alliance after European nations declined to help the U.S. wage combat operations against Iran.
Very disappointed in NATO. They didn't do that. They weren't there for us. We pay trillions of dollars for NATO, and they weren't there for us.
Former NATO official Gerlinde Nieuws says European leaders are taking the wrong approach to such behavior from the U.S. president.
History has told us and taught us that appeasement does not work. So if you try to accommodate a bully, whether that bully is President Trump or somebody like Putin or Xi, I mean, the only thing you are doing is you invite the bully to punch you harder next time.
Among Trump's fellow world leaders, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has come the closest to publicly taking him to task in a speech he gave at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. There is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't.
Carney urges what he calls middle powers to stick together against big bullies. Grilindanios agrees this should be Europe's path.
I think what Europeans really start to learn now is that they need to take their destiny in their own hand, and also what I find extremely important, get out of this reactive mode where every second tweet coming out of the White House sends us in all directions like a bunch of headless chicken. And so we need to change gear and define our own priorities, define our own strategy, define our principles and interests, and then pursue them. And pursue them also with some degree of hardball, because that's the language Trump understands.
And she insists it should not be done quietly. Terry Schultz, DW, Brussels.
A month ago, Italians voted in a referendum on Giorgia Meloni's signature reform, a constitutional overhaul of the judicial system. Voters rejected it, and it was the heaviest defeat of her premiership. Now, under pressure from the courts, the opposition, and parts of her own right-wing base, Meloni is trying to reassert control through migration and security. Megan Williams reports from Rome.
Italy's latest Decreto Sicurezza, or security decree, became law April 24th, passed under a confidence vote to chants of Bella Ciao from the opposition. And buried inside it was a surreal measure, a state payment for lawyers who help migrant clients return voluntarily to their countries. Opposition MPs called it a Wild West bounty, €615 for a lawyer who guided a foreign client through so-called voluntary repatriation, originally paid only once the migrant had actually returned home. The Italian Bar Council said it had not been consulted. The Criminal Lawyers Union called the measure unconstitutional. And Italy's top anti-mafia prosecutor, Nicola Gratteri, said, "You're basically telling lawyers you're not working for a client, but the state." Even Italy's president, Sergio Mattarella, took the unusual step of sending the government a clear warning, signaling that a payment tied to the outcome of a legal case risked undermining the right to defense, a constitutional red line. So before the final text was locked in, the government moved to soften the most explosive part of the measure. It extended the €615 payment beyond lawyers to associations and migrant mediators, and removed the strict link between the payment and the foreign citizen actually returning home. This offer of €600+ to help migrants return doesn't interest me in the slightest, says immigration lawyer Maria Visentini. She spent 2 decades in Rome helping migrants with legal problems. She says she's actually tried before to help undocumented migrants return home. But there is often no money for flights, no real support for integration, and many people still owe money to traffickers. They feel they have no choice but to stay, she says, calling the €600 idea madness. Beyond the frustration of those who work with migrants, the security law also points to something larger, a government trying to reassert control after a major political defeat. A month ago, voters rejected a referendum on a constitutional overhaul that would have separated the careers of judges and prosecutors. Riccardo Maggi, head of the opposition party Più Europa.
Meloni sta vivendo per la prima volta dopo 3 anni.
For the first time in more than 3 years in office, he says, Meloni is in a serious political and identity crisis. Her political rhetoric is built around the idea that she embodies the will of the people. But when she tries to push through a constitutional rewrite in their name and voters reject it, the whole premise begins to crack.
Dal popolo.
Maggi says the security decree is part of the response, a hard right signal to her base, a way to shift attention back to migration, order, and the courts. But the pressure on Meloni is not only domestic. She's also been hit from abroad by the leader she once treated as her closest ideological ally, Donald Trump, after she defended Pope Leo from Trump's attacks and refused to let Italy be dragged into the Iran war. Trump turned on her publicly, saying he'd thought she was brave but was wrong. And now she's being squeezed from her own right. General Roberto Vanacci, a former army officer turned hard-right politician, has been pulling part of the nationalist electorate towards even more aggressive language on migration, identity, and security. Maggi says the economic picture is also closing in.
Dal punto di vista dell'economia, le cose...
The economy is going badly, he says. Italy has a huge deficit. Purchasing power is at rock bottom, and gas prices are rising. Then from Luxembourg came one piece of news Meloni could present as a win. The Advocate General of the European Court of Justice issued an opinion on Italy's offshore migrant centers in Albania, centers that have stood largely empty because Italian judges refuse to send people there. He said the scheme is, in principle, compatible with EU law, as long as migrants' rights are fully protected. Meloni called it a vindication, saying 2 years had been lost to forced and unfounded judicial readings, in what she called a new model for the EU in how to handle migrant arrivals. Still, it doesn't change the wider picture here in Italy. Meloni is now facing resistance and failures on multiple fronts, with international stakes the highest they've ever been since her election. Megan Williams, DW, Rome.
Let's accept for a minute the thesis that we have moved into a new age of unorder and that the old rules no longer apply. In that case, what we need is a guide to help us navigate our new volatile reality. Surviving Chaos: Geopolitics When the Rules Fail is just one such book. Its author is Mark Leonard, co-founder and director of the European Council on Foreign Relations, the first pan-European think tank. And at the heart of the book is a distinction which I think I'm going to let Mark Leonard outline himself.
So my starting point is that the world's going to be divided less between autocracies and democracies or between East and West, but more between different ways that people are thinking about order. And one way I think about order, the way that the architects think about order, is you try and design a perfect world with a set of rules and institutions, and then you work back from that and see how you can mold the world that we're living in so that it meets that structure. And the sort of classic example of that came after World War II, where you get a bunch of very clever people, John Maynard Keynes from the UK, Dean Acheson from the US, other people like that who set up the Bretton Woods institutions, the United Nations, the World Bank, the IMF, and then you carry on building lots of structures after that. An alternative way of thinking about order is what I call the artisans approach. So rather than building grand structures from scratch, instead artisans improvise, they repair, they adapt, they use old structures and institutions to do new things rather than building new things from scratch. So I kind of argue in the book that for most of the last couple of 100 years, it's been a great time for architects, and architects have done very, very well in the world. But because we're entering a period where a lot of really quite fundamental change is going to blow through those structures and institutions, and it's going to be much less predictable than it was before. This could be the hour of the artisan, where artisans find that they're in a much better place than the architects. And the architects get very frustrated because their beautiful plans and grand designs don't seem to have very much purchase on a world that's going through fundamental changes because of climate change, because of the creation of AI, because of big demographic changes, because capitalism is becoming much more crisis prone, and also just because the changes in power relations is leading to new leaders like Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, who just don't obey the rules and are doing things in different ways.
I learned so much, by the way, about Xi Jinping from this book. Honestly, if ever there was a man in this book that comes out as, a man with a plan, it is him. So I would have put him in the architect category. So I was sort of wondering what qualifies him and his thinking as artisanal. And I think it's sort of this thing that you unpick where there is this taking from Confucius, taking from Marx, this sort of theoretical, almost spiritual sort of mishmash that creates a framework which enables his system to flourish.
Yeah, so obviously Xi Jinping's not somebody who is well known for his laissez-faire approach to the world. His rise to power has been associated with lots of attempts to crack down on society and to introduce greater controls on what people are doing on a day-to-day basis. But where I do think he is open to the world is, firstly, that he has a sense that the future isn't going to be about preserving the existing structures and building an order. It's more about surviving chaos. And his favorite phrase, which he uses all the time, is called "great changes unseen in a century." And it sounds quite clunky to European ears, but it's quite a resonant phrase to many Chinese people because it echoes the language that people used in the late Qing era in the 19th century, when China had its first real encounter with Western modernity, with British and French people coming out who overwhelmed China with their superior military technologies. And this led to a massive crisis in China. It was the beginning of what the official Communist Party calls the century of humiliation. China found itself on the wrong side of what it saw as these great changes, the Industrial Revolution, which led to these new technologies, which created a lot of chaos and disruption. And the Chinese thought that they had all the answers, that they knew how the world worked, but none of the rules which they were relying on seemed to apply anymore. So a lot of Chinese people went to Europe to try and understand what was going on in the world. And they came back and decided that they actually not only didn't understand what was happening, but they didn't even have the words to explain it. So they introduced a whole new vocabulary into the Chinese language at the beginning of the 20th century. Words like science and democracy and the word of progress, which didn't exist before, because they had an idea that the history went in cycles, that nothing really changed fundamentally. So this idea that the history could have a direction and was moving forward was something which was quite alien to a lot of Chinese people. So they had this kind of massive crisis and decided that they needed to learn from the West. And since then, they've been on the lookout for these big, great changes to make sure that they didn't miss them and that they were on the right side of future industrial or other kinds of revolutions that were going on.
This is Inside Europe, and I'm Kate Laycock in Germany.
When headlines get louder, we go deeper.
Say hello to Berlin Briefing,
your guide to Germany's impact on the world. Between East and West, autocrats and democrats, Germany's whole system is under stress.
Pressure from all sides.
And the world around Germany is getting more dangerous.
Is democracy glitching? Too much noise? Too little clarity?
We decode what it means for you. From Berlin to right where you are.
It's all in Berlin Briefing on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
I was thinking of something that I heard, I think it was probably David Harvey say, and that is that when a British business person goes into a meeting with a Chinese business person, the Chinese business person knows that Britain fought a war literally for the right to get China addicted to opium because they didn't like the trade deficit, and this is part of the sort of the cultural and historical knowledge with which that Chinese person enters the meeting. The British person probably has no idea. That's not a history that they have been taught, and so I suppose my question is about the stories that we tell each other about ourselves and about our collective past, and whether you think that this is a moment of Aufbruch, of change, of disruption in that respect.
I think that's absolutely right. I think we've had a pretty remarkable few decades where, a lot of Europeans thought we were at the end of history, that we'd reached the end of our evolutionary journey, and that
Europe was it, right? We were living it. We were the ultimate goal at the end of the rainbow.
We were living it, and that everyone else is going to become like us. I think we forgot, as your British businessman did, both how much of the rest of the world looked at us and our kind of history and our impact on them, which is one of the reasons I think why these universal institutions have got less legitimacy than we thought they did, because a lot of other people think they were spread through empire and through violence, but also they kind of, the period that we thought of as order and as the end of history, for many other people around the world was a period where there was a lot of violence and war, and they didn't really think the order was working for them. I think what's changed now is firstly that
there are a lot of people within Western societies that have the same response to where we're at. So, 40% of Americans who voted for Donald Trump actually think that they were the biggest victims of the American order. So that is leading to different sort of conversations within our societies about, who we are, where we've come from, where we're going to go.
So anecdotally, I was having a sort of an editorial discussion the other day, and it was about terminology, because far right, it's a term that's applied across the board, but within that you have all these different sort of distinctions between populist right, between nationalist right. And we were also saying that, we also need to be a lot more choosy about the way in which we describe the far left, because far left is a term applied to Jean-Luc Mélenchon, who would represent a sort of authoritarian left, but it also gets applied to someone like Zach Polanski, who's an eco-socialist, And I was just thinking in the middle of this discussion, oh my goodness, history is here. The end of history was predicated on the idea that the big sort of ideological arguments had been settled. And no, we're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, well, I think we are at the edge of history now rather than the end of history. And we're kind of realizing that a lot of the things that we're living through have no real historical precedent, whether it's the extent of climate change, whether it is the idea of AI and quantum computing and new technologies which are going to turn our societies and our labor markets and even the idea of what it is to be human on their head, or whether it is the way that our global economy is just changed in such a fundamental way. I mean, we know from Marx onwards that capitalism is prone to crises, but Marx didn't envisage an economy as connected, as networked, as complex as the one that we have at the moment. That creates a whole series of massive crises which we've been dealing with. I mean, just the last decade, we had a financial crisis, we've had the global pandemic, we've had lots of evidence of man-made climate change, we've had the wars in Ukraine and Gaza and Iran, all reverberating through the global economy. We had a migration crisis in 2015. And these things are really big issues which seem to overwhelm the sort of centrist politics that we had beforehand, and are leading people towards much bigger divides and to try new things out. So you are seeing the emergence of a new right, as you said before, with a radicalism to a lot of these far right parties. But as you say, there are also lots of new parties that have come to occupy the left with completely different visions from the sort of centrist, mainstream, third way politics, which was in the ascendant in the 90s and in the noughties. And it does mean that there's a lot to play for. So, increasingly when general elections happen, people don't think it's just a question of who's going to be governing the country, but there is often a sense that democracy itself is on the ballot. This could be the last election that we have, and people very much felt that in the US elections, in the Hungarian elections, and I'm sure in the French presidential elections next year, there will be a sense that there are really big things at stake there. It's not just an election which will have an impact for political experts. It's something which could potentially really define the identity and history of France.
We will be coming back to my interview with Surviving Chaos author Mark Leonard after the break, when our focus will shift from diagnosis to solutions. If you're listening to us via a partner station that leaves us here, you will find the full show wherever you get your podcasts. This is Inside Europe, and I'm Kate Laycock in Germany.
DW Learning by Ear. Listen up. Shape your future. Digital literacy. In this series, we explore the exciting new world of artificial intelligence and how we encounter it in our daily lives. Rahim is recuperating from surgery to remove a meningioma growth from his brain. Meanwhile, Faith was also having a difficult time and turned to an online app for medical help. Jennifer has embarked on a campaign to bring healthcare closer to the people after she sadly lost her grandmother. So, how are they doing now? We join them to find out in this 9th episode entitled Not Yet Home and Dry.
Rahim had gone out for a walk after being cooped up indoors for a long time. When he got home, he found Faith curled up on their living room sofa.
Faith, what is it? You're frightening me.
Endometriosis.
What's that?
Well, it's how can I explain? It's a condition associated with menstruation.
What do you mean? What are the symptoms?
Painful periods, fatigue, bloating.
Oh, you mean period cramps?
No, it's worse than that.
What's the doctor said?
Nothing.
Sorry, what do you mean nothing?
Well, I haven't been to the doctor.
Why not? How do you even know it's endometriosis if you haven't seen a doctor?
Well, there's this app, AI Physician app, sort of diagnoses diseases for free.
An app?
Yes, that's what I said.
What was the name again?
AI Physician app.
How does it work?
It's really easy. You type in your symptoms, it diagnoses what you're suffering from, and gives you medical advice.
And how much did you pay?
1,000.
Faith, my dear cousin, as far as I know, you're an excellent teacher, which is why I don't understand how you can be so naive sometimes.
Oh, come on. I didn't tell you this so you could insult me, Rahim.
You actually paid someone whose identity you can't verify to send you medicine? Oh, Faith, you never learn.
What do you want me to do? Not everyone can afford high-end medical insurance like you.
Can't you see you've been conned?
How? The drugs were delivered and they're what I've been using.
Oh, yeah? So tell me, why are you still in pain then?
Just leave me alone. What do you know about being a woman?
This isn't about being a woman. It's just logic. I mean, how do you even know the medicine you paid for is genuine?
You know what? I'm out of here.
Hey, Faith, wait. Where are you going? I was only trying to...
But Faith ignored him. She actually felt a bit ashamed. How could she have been so naive? It wasn't like her at all. Normally, she would have been on her guard, but the stress she'd been under these past few weeks had taken its toll, and she'd made a mistake. She was only human after all. She wished Jennifer were here. Maybe she would understand. Jennifer and her father had been sitting outside the district administrator's office since the early morning. After a couple of hours, Jennifer demanded to know why others were being shown in and they were not. She informed the shocked receptionist that they would go in next, whether she liked it or not. The receptionist made a call, and it seemed that the administrator finally agreed to see them, but Jennifer was already seething with anger.
Come in. Have a seat.
Thank you.
How can I help you?
My name is Francis Opoti, and this is my daughter Jennifer. We are from the village of Lunza.
And I am the administrator of this region. What's so urgent that it couldn't wait until I was ready to meet you?
My daughter has a proposal she'd like to run by you, Madam. Sorry, what did you say your name was?
I didn't say. My name's not important. Go on, young woman.
I recently lost my grandmother, Danny, to a snake bite and...
Look, Jennifer, is it?
Yes, Jennifer.
Get straight to the point, will you? I don't have time for grandmother stories.
I was giving you the background.
Just tell me what it is you want, and be brief.
My daughter has a great idea for how we can make medicine accessible to people who live in remote areas with bad infrastructure, places like Lunza. We need to discuss it with you as the leader of our local administration.
And what's this proposal? Fix the roads, I suppose? Let me save you some time. That is not going to happen anytime soon. The government has other priorities.
Why are you so rude?
Excuse me?
I mean, you won't even listen to what we have to say.
If you knew how many people come in here with crazy ideas like yours, you'd be astonished.
You haven't even had my idea. What kind of government official are you?
Young lady!
Your behavior is unethical. It's wrong for a government official to act this way.
Jennifer.
No, Dad. She works for us. She works for me.
How dare you? Do you realize I could have you arrested for insulting a government official?
No, please, madam. She's young and inexperienced. Please, let us go. I promise this won't happen again.
Take your insolent daughter and get out of here before I have you both thrown in the cells.
Yes, ma'am. Jennifer, come on, let's go.
Fine.
Reverend Opoti grabbed his daughter by the elbow and dragged her out. He was sweating and embarrassed by the daughter's behavior, and he told her so. She would never stand for being treated unfairly, and he had sensed things would not go so well as soon as they were held back outside the administrator's office. On the other hand, the administrator had been incredibly officious and arrogant. Opoti completely understood why Jennifer had behaved as she did, although he didn't say so. Jennifer sat in her room in the village, still smarting from her altercation with the regional administrator. She had always stood up for her rights, even as a child, but she knew she sometimes overdid it. She bit her lip regretfully. What was she going to tell Dr. Washera, who was probably already working hard to make the project a success? As if on cue, her phone rang. It was Dr. Washera. She stared at the screen for a long time, debating whether or not to take the call. Eventually, she answered.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hi, Dr. Washera.
You took your time picking up. How are you? And how is the campaign going?
Not great, to be honest. Dad and I went to the administrator's office, and it was a very unpleasant experience. We intended to present her with the ideas you and I discussed. We were hoping the government would be interested in supporting us, but instead of listening, she was just dismissive and rude.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's the tragedy of leadership in this country. But I've got good news for you. Maybe this will cheer you up.
God knows I need it. What is it, Dr. Washera?
Things have been going pretty well on my end. In fact, I think we've been very successful.
Come on, out with it, Dr. Washera. The suspense is killing me.
Okay, here goes. We may have secured the funds to install the telemedicine hubs in your village.
What? Oh my God! Dr. Washera, are you serious?
Yes, Jennifer. Two of my colleagues whom I've known from university were very excited by the idea, and they helped me to marshal resources. One of them is from Inkwesi, the medical wonder country where the first successful lung transplant in Africa was performed. He's already exporting the necessary equipment, including drones and other accessories. We should receive them very soon. You have to go back to the administrator, convince her of the importance of the project, and ask her for the land. I think it's a worthy initiative, and no one in their right mind would refuse to support it.
Uh-oh.
What?
Well, I don't know if she'll want to see me again.
Why not?
I may have been rude to her.
What? Why?
I'm sorry, Doctor. I was so frustrated when she was so arrogant. I just couldn't help myself.
Well, you have to find a way to convince her. It's best if the idea comes from the locals, not from us. We don't just need land. We need the government's goodwill as well.
Jennifer felt a deep sense of regret welling up. She was so close to attaining her goal, and now it seemed so far away. Why had she spoken to the administrator like that? If only she hadn't burnt that bridge. She would have to find a way to make amends.
That brings us to the end of our 9th episode. Has Faith been deceived? Was the medicine she got from the online doctor fake? And what will Jennifer do to win over the administration after that unpleasant argument? There's only one way to find out. Join us for the next and final episode. If you missed part of this one or any of the others, just visit dw.com/digital natives or follow us on Facebook at DW Africa. Bye for now. DW Learning by Ear. Listen up, shape your future.
Digital literacy.
Hello and welcome back to DW Learning by Ear and the final episode of this digital native series, The Algorithm of Health. This series delved into the new world of artificial intelligence and how it affects our daily lives. It was written for DW by James Mohando. In the previous episodes, the three cousins Rahim, Faith, and Jennifer each encountered some major challenges. Rahim suddenly experienced seizures caused by a meningioma on his brain. Faith had to grapple with the sudden onset of very heavy periods, and Jennifer's beloved grandmother died of a snake bite. Rahim has had an operation to remove the growth, while Faith bought medication online, and Jennifer started a campaign to bring medical care to her village. How are they doing now? We find out in this final episode, Village Shenanigans.
Lunza village was a hive of activity. The whole village was staring in wonderment at the transformation of Opoti's and Anita's compound. Two bulls made of stone and sheets of iron stood near the gate, making the compound look rather stately. The villagers had gathered nearby for the grand opening of what they'd been told was a medical center, though some were wondering aloud how these two little bulls could be any such thing. On one side of the structure stood Opoti, Anita, and Jennifer, chatting silently, while on the other side, Faith and Dr. Washera were also speaking in low voices.
Dr. Washera, can I ask you something?
Sure, Faith. You can ask me anything.
What causes endometriosis?
Endometriosis? Who has endometriosis?
Well, this is a bit embarrassing. I don't know how to say it. I found this diagnostic app online. It told me I have endometriosis. Trouble is, I've been taking the medicine they prescribed and it doesn't seem to be helping.
You're not talking about the AI physician app by any chance, are you?
Yes, exactly. How did you know?
The Medical Practitioners Board I'm a member of has received a lot of anonymous complaints about that app. The creators have been swindling a lot of people out of their money. It sounds as if you've fallen for their scam. How did you pay for it?
With my bank card.
You should contact your bank immediately. Your cards could be compromised.
Oh no. Let me check. I hope they haven't touched my savings. Oh, thank God. It's all there. Wait, I need to lock my accounts remotely.
Do it. The good news is that we've been tracking them with the help of the police.
But the police never found a gong. While his employees were busy destroying the boxes of fake medicine, a gong simply melted away. As Vivi was bundled into a waiting police car, she wondered why her lover had disappeared. Had he ever loved her? Maybe she would never know. A large banner ran between the booths. On it was written in large print, Lunza Telemedicine Station. Dr. Washera had told them that the medicine and equipment would arrive from the skies, but not by plane. They wondered what she meant. Suddenly, they spotted the drone. From a distance, it looked like a small bird. The villagers' mouths fell open in amazement.
It looks like an alien.
There it is.
What is it, a bird?
It looks like a big spider, big flying spider.
Dad, don't be silly.
Your job, Mr. Opoti, will be to receive the medicines and refill the medicine dispenser.
But those blades look dangerous. They could easily chop off my arms.
You'll have to wait until it stops moving.
Like now?
Yes, like now. And you don't have to worry about them starting up again while you're retrieving the medicine because someone back in Nzuna is watching and can see you.
How?
See this camera here?
Yeah.
That's how.
Oh, I see.
So after picking it up from the booth, you open the dispenser cover here and fill it up with medicine like this. When you're finished, you close it up like this. Press this button to let the drone operator know that you are done. And stand clear so that you don't get your arms chopped off as it takes off back to the zone. Now, Let's test the equipment to see if it works.
Let's see.
So, what are your symptoms, Mr. Opoti?
I don't know. General fatigue. I'm thirsty and I have to go to the toilet a lot, especially at night.
Okay. Now then, you see this computer?
Yes.
Press this button and type in exactly what you just told me.
Uh-huh.
A doctor will appear on the screen and will discuss your symptoms with you. We have a team of doctors from all over the world waiting.
Oh.
They're absolutely key to making this project a reality.
Okay.
Hello there.
Hello? Hello? Is he talking to me?
Yes. Speak. He can hear you.
Hello, sir. My name is Dr. Ingera at Inzuna Maxicare Hospital.
Hello? I'm Reverend Francis Opoti from Lunza.
Reverend Opoti, I believe you are talking to me because you need medical assistance.
That's right, Dr. Ringera.
Okay. So tell me how you feel.
I don't exactly know how I feel, Doctor. I'm not really sick, but I've been feeling tired and thirsty a lot lately.
How about your pee breaks? Do you take a lot of those, Reverend?
Yes, I do. I have noticed that I have to go to the urinal very frequently these days, especially at night.
Okay, Reverend. I think we need to do a glucose test. But first, please tell me, have you eaten anything today?
Yes, I ate something about 2 hours ago.
Okay. I'm sending you a code. It should be on your screen now. Type the code into the medicine and equipment dispenser, and it will release something we call a glucose meter. I'll explain to you how you can test yourself.
What are we testing for?
The symptoms you are describing are indicative of raised blood sugar levels.
Raised blood sugar levels? What does that mean?
I don't want to be alarmist, but it could indicate several things, including diabetes. We need to do a glucose test first.
Okay. How do I do it?
Type the code on your screen into the dispenser.
Here it is, Doctor.
Okay, now, Reverend, press that button that says power.
This one?
Yes, that one. Now we are going to do what we call a random glucose test. For this, we need a drop of your blood.
Huh?
Faith preferred to do her session away from prying eyes. She entered the other booth and closed the door behind her while her uncle Opoti was doing his session publicly.
Hi, my name is Dr. Hichimana Klebe from the Nklubu Medical Center in the country of Nkwesi. Who am I speaking to?
I'm Faith Desina from Lunza village in Inzuna.
Good to meet you, Faith. So tell me, what are your symptoms?
I've been experiencing very heavy menstrual flow. It's been going on for a couple of weeks now. And I'm always tired and moody. I wondered if I might have endometriosis.
Is there any pain?
Yes, the excruciating cramps I always have with my period.
Have you gained weight recently?
Yes, that's the strange thing. With the amount of blood I'm losing, you'd think that I'd lose weight, but instead I seem to be gaining a lot.
And the blood? Is it clotted?
No, doctor. It's just a normal flow, but it goes on and on. It takes ages to stop.
Well, I can't say for sure without doing a physical examination and test. But from what you've just explained to me, it sounds like PCOS.
What's that?
It's a hormonal imbalance that can cause irregular periods and weight gain.
Oh.
I advise you to visit the nearest medical facility for further investigation and treatment. But don't worry, PCOS is easily treatable. And fortunately, it's not nearly as complicated as endometriosis.
Thank you, Dr. Hichimana. You don't know what a relief that is.
And that brings us to the end of the algorithm of health. As always, it's been a pleasure to have you with us. If you've missed any part of the series, you can catch up on our website at dw.com/digital natives. You can also follow us on the DW Africa Facebook page. Until next time, bye-bye. DW Learning by Ear. Listen up. Shape your future.
Digital literacy.
Hello and welcome to Learning by Ear. As part of our Digital Native series, we are delighted to bring you a brand new audio drama about how AI can create jobs and opportunities in Africa. It's called Appearances Can Be Deceptive and was written by Andrea Bonio. Once again, our story centers on the lives of Faith, Jennifer, and Rahim, three cousins who live in Inzuna. Because the cost of living there is so high, they share an apartment, split their expenses, and generally help each other out on a day-to-day basis. Despite being related, they are all very different. Jennifer is an extrovert and free spirit, a testament to her work as an influencer. Rahim, a bit of an IT genius, is an introvert who feels most at home in front of his computer. And Faith is a committed, responsible teacher whose enthusiasm for the internet knows no bounds. Our story begins in the living room of their shared apartment. Episode 1 is entitled Challenges.
The sun is beating down from a cloudless sky. Inzuna is in the middle of a scorching heat wave. Jennifer and Faith enter the apartment laden with heavy shopping bags. They're exhausted and quickly set the bags down. Rahim immediately jumps up from the sofa, comes over to them, and starts rummaging around in the shopping.
Jennifer, Faith, where's my ice cream and my razors? Oh, it's not the brand I asked for. I bet it's not going to be as creamy as the one I wanted.
I can't believe you have the nerve to complain about the things we bought you when you didn't even pay for them.
And there's like 2 months rent you owe us. Want to talk about that?
Well, just a moment.
Why the long face?
Is it bad news?
Oh, it's just an invitation to a reunion at my old high school. Nothing important.
Nothing important? An evening where you could meet up with all your old school friends? That's so cool. I've been trying and failing to arrange one of those for my class for the past 2 years.
These reunions are just a pretext for finding out who has achieved what in life and making stupid comparisons. No thanks, it's not my scene.
Maybe, but I think it would be a fun evening all the same. Going out to do you a world of good, believe me.
And who knows, you might just meet an old friend who might suddenly feel the need to reveal that she was in love with you back in the day.
Yeah, right. I'll go to the reunion, but I'll only put in a quick appearance. I'm not going to stay long.
That's a start. You'll thank us later, I promise.
Yep.
A week later, the evening of the school reunion has arrived. The guests are seated at round tables in groups of 6, laughing and chatting. Rahim is at one of the tables with Caroline, Frederick, and George.
So, what have you guys been up to since we left school? Rahim, you first.
Why me, George?
Because we all want to know what has become of the brainy one, the guy who was top of the class.
Well, I work in IT. I'm a freelancer.
That's it? Tell us more.
I do programming. I know all about artificial intelligence, that kind of thing.
Really? That's very interesting. Even Caroline is impressed. Am I right, Caroline?
Come on, George. Well, Rahim, you're in a field that's really shaping our world. With all the opportunities at the moment, you must be drowning in work.
Well,
You know what, Rahim? I think you and I could do some business.
Really, Frederick? What kind of business?
I work for AgriBio, a startup that advises people in the agricultural sector. We're looking for someone to create a deep learning model capable of analyzing agricultural plantations.
Like I said, there are opportunities everywhere.
Well, Rahim, what do you say? Interested?
Rahim, answer him. Put us out of our misery.
I know it is a very ambitious project, but I'm sure you are up to it.
Yes, probably. But the problem is that I'm tied up with another project right now. Sorry.
What a pity. Well, here's my card anyway, in case you change your mind.
Rahim takes Frederick's business card without much enthusiasm and puts it in the inside breast pocket of his jacket. Caroline gives him a gentle smile, and he smiles timidly back at her. George tries to lighten the atmosphere by telling old anecdotes about their time at school and ends up making everybody laugh. As the evening progresses, Rahim begins to relax a little. The morning sun streams in the windows, lighting up the room. Jennifer and Faith are sitting at the table. Jennifer is sipping a mug of hot chocolate, while Faith is spreading some butter on a slice of bread. They are talking quietly among themselves when Rahim shuffles into the room. He pulls up a chair and joins them at the table, watched closely by the two girls, and nonchalantly pours himself a cup of coffee.
I do believe that Sir actually enjoyed himself last night. Did you stay long? I didn't hear you come in.
Well, how was it?
Not bad.
Oh, come on, out with it. Spill the beans. Did you meet any old friends? Any old flames?
A bit of both, actually.
No.
I was at the same table as George, who sat beside me at school, Frederick, who was the class rep, and Caroline, who I carried a torch for all the way through school.
You sat beside your old crush. Wow. That must have been intense, right?
It was really embarrassing, especially because George never stopped dropping hints and alluding to it all evening. But I managed. I pretended I didn't know what he was on about. The worst thing was Frederick's offer of work. I didn't know what to do or where to look. They were all looking at me, waiting for me to reply.
Someone made you an offer of work? What kind of offer?
To work on a deep planning model for an agricultural startup where he works. Agri something or other. I can't remember. Anyway, I turned him down.
You did what? Why?
Because it's just not my thing. I'm not interested. I wasn't getting the vibes from the project.
Please wait while I put down my cup.
Get better.
So let me get this straight. You were offered work yesterday evening and you turned it down because you weren't, how did you put it? Getting the vibes.
You've got to be kidding me.
Listen, I'm not going to get involved in a project where I'm going to have to slave away with no guarantee I'll get a result. Anyway, I don't think I have the time.
Don't have the time. That just takes the biscuit. You're a freelancer. You've been out of work for over 2 months.
Yes.
What exactly is it that you're doing with your time, Rahim? Well?
Do you have any idea of the time and resources required for a project like that?
And you? Do you have any idea of the sacrifices we're making to keep our heads above water with no help whatsoever from you? I haven't been able to send my mother any money at all lately.
I practically begged a colleague with a car to pick me up on the days our timetables aligned, just so I could avoid spending the little money I have left on public transport.
Girls.
Rahim, you really cannot afford the luxury of turning down work.
At all.
If you don't take that job, Jennifer and I will stop paying you part of the expenses and we'll find someone else to share the flat.
Yep. Well, what are you going to do?
Well, you're not giving me much choice, are you?
No.
I'll call Frederick and tell him I'll accept his
When?
offer. In a minute.
No, call him now.
Right in front of us.
Evidently annoyed, Rahim reluctantly gets up from the table. He goes to his room and disappears inside. A few seconds later, he returns with his phone and Frederick's business card. He dials the number, sighs and waits while Jennifer and Faith watch. Rahim has a brief conversation with Frederick, who is thrilled at the prospect of working with him. They arrange a meeting and Rahim hangs up. Without a word, he picks up his coffee cup and goes back to his room. Faith and Jennifer smile at each other, satisfied.
And so we come to the end of episode 1 of Appearances Can Be Deceptive, our new series about how AI can create jobs and opportunities in Africa. Rahim's cousins have forced him to take on work that doesn't interest him. Will he ultimately be glad he did? Were Faith and Jennifer right to put such pressure on him? How will Rahim's new work impact their daily lives? Tune in next time to find out. And if you'd like to listen back to today's episode, please check out our website, dw.com/digital natives. Until next time, bye for now.